Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here in person, and to all of our people who are online. We don't have the camera for online stuff yet, but we will get it soon, and we will have some people checking in online. Before we start, I would like to take just a minute to thank our Eastern Region staff for the tour that we got yesterday. Nick Myatt and Corey Heath for putting it together. We heard some great discussions. We got to be in the vans with staff and ask questions afterwards, which was terrific. It was one more example, I think, of the stunning breadth of work that this agency does. And it was very interesting yesterday. We, even with a little bit of snow, it was a great thing to do. And appreciation to the staff from the Warm Springs, Austin Smith, who gave a perspective to us at noon. So to the staff, thank you all. It was an impressive job. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call the Friday, April 21, 2023 Commission meeting to order. I live in Langlois on the South Coast, and I think we'll go right to introductions, starting with Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yes, excuse me. I'm Jill Zarnowitz, and I live near the town of Yamhill.
Mark Laphart, and I live in Sisters.
Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon.
Becky Hatfield Hyde, Brothers, Oregon.
Kathy and Khalil, Portland, Oregon.
Leslie King, Portland, Oregon.
Thank you. And Director Melcher, and then we'll go to Michelle.
Very good. Yes, I'm Kurt Melcher, Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and thanks to the staff yesterday for the tour and the staff for setting up this room as well and running the meeting. Michelle?
Good morning. I'm Michelle Tate. I'm here to help provide support to the commission and the director so we can have this meeting in a hybrid model. We've been having good success with our internet, but I do want to ask for your patience because we are at the mercy of the internet on this. So if you have a slow connection, I suggest you go ahead and turn your camera off. And I think we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. We do have a fairly long meeting today, so we'll be holding to the time limits and that sort of thing. So be ready for that, if you will. And we do have an executive session at the end of the day if there is time. So I think we'll go right to the director's report, and Director Melcher.
Thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioners. You did receive the field reports in written form, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have on those. We do have Shannon Hearn online to provide the monthly expenditure report. Shannon?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Director Melcher. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the committee, Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director for Administration. Within your commission packet, you have the financial report for the month that closed February 28th, 2023. The final closure shows that we have an unrestricted cash balance finishing at $57.4 million, with a restricted cash coming in at $53.2 million for a total ending balance of $110.6. This represents a $2.5 million decrease overall from the prior month, which I reported. And this is not uncommon or unexpected. As we've mentioned in the past, unrestricted cash is where the work as it gets done gets cost coded to, and then we invoice federal and other partners to recover costs. So $2.5 million this month is not uncommon or unexpected. Last month I reported we did, and the month before, see a significant decrease in unrestricted cash balance. That, of course, was due to the workday payroll cost codes. So I wanted to update you that last month, our accounting program did completely assign default cost codes to every one of our staff members. We did see that effective as the March payroll, so we didn't see a big dip in unrestricted cash from it. Additionally, our information systems division worked with accounting to develop an interface with Workday Payroll so that they can more efficiently pull those cost codes and review them, which will be very helpful in the future. And then also, we have now the space that accounting can go back, work on correctly cost coding those prior months, but also work on invoicing our partners for future cost recovery. So we're in a good space looking at getting that money allocated correctly back into unrestricted and out of restricted cash. Our agency governor's recommended budget continues to work through the Oregon legislative session. We did present at Joint Ways and Means Subcommittee on Natural Resources on March 20th and 21st. That was followed by public testimony on Wednesday. Just to summarize that testimony, we heard a lot of support for the governor's recommended budget for ODFW, and then a lot of requests for additional POP consideration now in the legislator's hands. So we'll see what we get as the legislatively adopted budget in June. And just to clarify next steps, really, since I won't see you next month, what we expect to happen in May is there will be a work session scheduled in Joint Ways and Means Subcommittee on Natural Resources. Then there'll be a work session scheduled for the full Ways and Means. Then it'll get moved to the House and then the Senate floor. So a lot of movement in the legislature, but no more public testimony taken on that bill. Last, I wanted to give you a brief update on the audit committee. They did meet in March and they reviewed the 2020 audit for deferred maintenance. They received a significant amount of information on how those audit recommendations were implemented, and the committee voted to close that audit and find it final. They also reviewed the contracted coupon book license audit that we did in 2021, I want to say. Sorry, I didn't put that in there. There's still implementation to go in that one. So we reviewed it. We assigned those implementation items still out. That one will likely come back to the committee later this year. And that concludes my report.
I don't see other questions, Shannon. Thank you for that. But I do have one question about, we don't know the date yet for our next Ways and Means.
No, not unexpectedly. I think they're at a week out of putting out agendas and notifying for hearings. That timeline will shrink greatly here as we get towards the end of session, and it might get down to even 24 hours notice or less. What we're hearing is that they really want to move agency budget bills, especially if there's no conflict with them. And so we may see it as early as the second week in May, maybe the first work session scheduled.
Thank you.
Oh, here's one more question. Oh, she's left.
Oh, she's still on.
Oh, she's still on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Shannon, this is Jill Zarnowitz. I just have a question on have license purchases increased this last month?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Yeah, we've been watching this closely because, as you know, we had a significant jump during the pandemic in license sales. And so what we're seeing in 2022 and now in 2023 is a return back to 2019 levels. So still an uptick, but not where we were in 21 and 2022. And that's not across the board. A lot of that, when it gets broke down, there's more reduction in the fishing licenses overall. And a lot of that we're attributing to maybe the poor weather, the colder weather has kept people home. So there's a chance that we might make that up. But we are down from the pandemic, but we're still up if you take that bump out of the trend line.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Thanks, commissioners, and thanks to Commissioner Spellbrink for serving on the audit committee as well. So, next up, we will have our annual gray wolf population update. We do this, commissioners, every year at this time. And we have Rob Lynn Brown, Derek Broman, and Brian Wolfer coming on up.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. As you know, our Gray Wolf Management Plan, Conservation and Management Plan, directs us to complete an annual report each year and present that to you, the Commission, and to the public. And so today we're going to provide you an update on our gray wolf populations and management activities in the calendar year 2022. Rob Lynn Brown, our wolf program coordinator, is going to be presenting that information. Following her presentation, we're going to give you an update on the staff plans for reviewing our current management plan and what that process is going to look like. And you're going to hear from Derek Broman, our acting game program manager, during that portion. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Rob Lynn.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Rob Lynn Brown. I live in Enterprise and I work at the LeGrand East Region office. I'll present the highlights of the Oregon Wolf Annual Report for 2022. I'll talk briefly about the legal status, what we've learned from our intensive monitoring, and the most challenging part of wolf management, which is livestock depredation. This map shows the legal status of wolves in Oregon at the beginning of 2022. At that time, wolves were delisted from the Federal Endangered Species Act, and ODFW had full management authority for the entire state. Wolves are delisted statewide under the Oregon ESA, protected as a special status game mammal, and it's illegal to kill them except under certain circumstances. The Oregon Wolf Conservation and Management Plan was updated and approved by the Commission in 2019, continues the three-phased approach to address both conservation and management needs in eastern and western halves based on the breeding status of wolves in those areas. The red line separates the west and east wolf management zones. The east zone, where wolves initially recolonized from Idaho, moved from phase 2 into phase 3 in 2017. It'll stay in phase 3 as long as there's at least 7 breeding pairs, and currently there's 13. The west zone is in phase 1, but the big news is that in 2022, that's the first year that we had 4 breeding pairs in the west zone. That's important because if there's 4 breeding pairs for 2 more years, then we move into phase 2. On February 10th, wolves were relisted under the federal ESA for the western 3/4 of the state. That's the gray striped area left of the blue line. While wolves are federally listed, only the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has the authority to make decisions about lethal removal of wolves. ODFW continued to respond to all depredation investigation requests, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and ODFW worked together to monitor wolves, provide technical assistance, and implement non-lethal measures to reduce depredation in the federally protected area. The statewide 2022 year-end minimum count of wolves in Oregon is 178 individuals. That's the most we've ever counted. The annual wolf count is done during the winter after December 31st, when individuals of a pack are most likely to be traveling together, so they're easier to find and count. The minimum count is not an estimate based on a population model. It's a count of known wolves verified through direct evidence of photographs, tracks, and seen on aerial surveys. Of course, there are more than 178 wolves in Oregon. It's challenging to locate secretive nocturnal carnivores and count each individual. New pairs and dispersing individuals are the hardest to find. We located 24 packs at the end of the year. That's another new record for Oregon. A pack is usually a family group, but for monitoring purposes, in Oregon, a pack is 4 or more wolves traveling together during the winter. At year-end 2022, wolf packs varied in size between 4 and 12 wolves, with an average of 5.9 wolves per pack, 6. We also counted 14 groups of 2 or 3 wolves. A pack is determined to be a breeding pair if an adult male, adult female, and at least 2 pups survive to December 31st. We documented 17 breeding pairs for 2022. This graph shows the number of packs in yellow and breeding pairs in orange. Since 2009, the percentage of packs that are successful as breeding pairs has varied between 25 and 100%, with an average of 77%. For 2022, 71% of packs were successful breeding pairs. Wolf pups are quite vulnerable to disease, accidents, starvation, predation, and require a great deal of care and protection from the pack. So we expect the breeding pair number to be less than the number of packs that reproduce. As managers, we look at potential conservation threats affecting wolves. We're careful to watch adult survival, reproductive success, and recruitment of pups in the population. This chart shows the annual minimum counts of wolves since 2009. Even though we only counted 3 wolves more than 2021, you can see the strong increasing trend of the number of wolves continues over time. Over the last 5 years, the average statewide increase has been 8% per year. As wolves recolonize and fill in available habitat, they're unable to continue to increase at the same rate as wolves that have no neighbors to compete with. We saw a 39% increase in the wolf count in the West Wolf Management Zone this year. That's big. But over time, we expect that rate of increase to slow down as well as habitat is filled in. This map shows a statewide distribution of Oregon's wolf population. Any areas mapped in blue indicate resident wolf activity, basically wolf territories. It could be a single wolf, it could be a pair, it could be a pack of wolves. North of I-84, where most wolves reside, most suitable habitats already occupied. So new packs are usually in a territory where they are filling in behind a pack that broke up for some reason, or new packs are squeezing into areas that haven't been used before because they're less desirable. Those areas may have more roads, people, and livestock, so there's more potential for conflict. In 2022, the department created a multi-pack aqua map north of Interstate 84, showing where wolves have been resident for more years, for most years, and there's a high degree of pack overlap. That method of mapping reduces staff workload, and it better reflects where wolf encounters are most likely to occur. Wolves continue to expand in distribution in the Blue Mountains and in the Cascades in 2022, and we even documented a wolf in the coastal mountains last fall. We didn't find that wolf during the count, though. There are 6 groups in the Cascades now, up from 4 last year, and both new packs, the Upper Deschutes and Warm Springs, were successful breeding pairs. Plus, there's the Gerhardt Mountain Pack down in Lake County. ODFW continues to monitor the wolf population intensively so that we can have an accurate count and identify any threats to a small population early. We collected almost 18,000 wolf location data points in 2022. Most data was collected through remote camera photographs and radio collar data. We monitored 5 radio collared wolves dispersing during the year. 1 dispersed within Oregon, 1 to Washington, and 1 to Idaho. And this year, we actually got 2 wolves from other states. One that we had collared in Oregon that had gone to California and came back, and we have a wolf from Washington that moved into Oregon. Over the last 5 years, 17 collared Oregon wolves have gone to other states, showing that we are a healthy source of wolves for other places. 47 radio collared wolves in 29 different group areas were monitored during 2022. 15 new radio collars were put out in wolves. And by the end of the year, we had lost contact with 24 collars due to collar failure, wolf death, and dispersal to other states. We receive hundreds of reports from people about wolf sightings and sign. Part of our monitoring effort is to follow up on those public wolf reports. It helps us focus our search on wolves in new places. And this has been an effective way to find new wolves. There were 20 mortalities documented during 2022. This is less than 2021, where there was 26. Oregon State Police or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service law enforcement investigated each one. 1 wolf died from natural causes. It died from a fight with a mountain lion. For 2 wolves, the cause of death is unknown. 17 wolf deaths were human caused. 2 wolves were killed in separate motor vehicle accidents. OSP determined that 1 wolf was shot as a legitimate human safety threat. Despite conflict reduction efforts, 6 wolves were lethally removed for chronically depredating, and 1 wolf was shot by a sheep herder undercaught in the act regulations. 7 wolves died illegally in 2022. A person self-reported that they had shot a wolf in the federally protected part of Oregon after mistaking it as a coyote in an area that doesn't have any resident wolves. There was a settlement and he paid a fine. 6 poaching deaths are still under investigation. 4 of those wolves were shot, and I do not know the cause of death on the other 2. OSP is actively seeking information about these and other illegally killed wolves, including the poisoning cases from 2021. Poaching of all wildlife is unacceptable, and poison doesn't just kill wolves, it kills other wildlife and could even kill someone's pet. We're hopeful that the rewards of up to $50,000 will lead to more convictions, but we need the public's help to help report illegal or suspicious activity. Reports can be made anonymously to the OSP Turn-In Poachers Line or tip line. The department continues to make depredation management a high priority, with the goal to minimize depredation while ensuring the conservation of wolves. ODFW biologists did 121 depredation investigations last year. That's up from 90 the year before. This graph shows the number of depredation events, that is, events of dead or injured livestock that were confirmed as wolf-caused in the yellow for the west, or for the east, and orange for west, since 2009. It's important to look at the east and west zones separately. In the West Zone, depredation has increased, with wolves depredating in 3 areas in 2022. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, USDA Wildlife Services, ODFW, and the County Compensation Committees assisted livestock producers to reduce depredation, and lethal removal was not an option in those areas. In the East Wolf Management Zone, depredation increased for the second year, from 40 to 49. For the last 2 years, depredation has been more than double what it was the previous 5 years, although the wolf numbers have stayed somewhat stable in those areas. It's hard to find a single cause for this increase, and we're currently doing research to understand the situations where livestock are most vulnerable, so resources can be managed adaptively to assist ranchers. Of the packs that were active at some point during 2022, almost half had no documented depredations, but there's considerable stress for ranchers in the areas where wolves are depredating. Livestock producers in some areas of the East Wolf Management Zone have been sharing the landscape with wolves for almost 15 years. So many of them are experienced at reducing conflict. Ranchers deserve credit for expending time, energy, and money to reduce the vulnerability of their livestock on this new landscape with wolves. But as wolves move into new areas, depredation has expanded into those areas. More than half of the ranchers that experienced depredation in 2022 had never had a depredation before. So they have a lot to learn about wolf conflict and how to avoid it. Non-lethals are not 100% effective, and ODFW authorized lethal removal has been necessary to reduce chronic depredation in 7 of the last 14 years. In 2022, 6 non-breeding wolves were lethally removed from 2 different packs after non-lethal measures by livestock producers failed. This combination of implementing non-lethal and lethal measures, in addition to other factors, has still allowed for Oregon's wolf population, the yellow trend line, to increase, while depredation events, the orange trend line, and livestock losses have grown at a lower rate. 2 things are necessary for this to continue. Livestock producers need to have the desire and the financial ability, which may mean assistance, to use tools and techniques to protect their livestock. And when that doesn't work, lethal removal needs to be used as a tool to reduce depredation. Financial assistance for producers and compensation for wolf depredations is channeled through the Oregon General Fund and federal grants through the Oregon Department of Agriculture and awarded to county committees through the County Block Grant Program. This is not an ODFW program. ODA awarded almost $400,000 to counties in 2022. Almost 3/4 of that was paid to assist livestock producers with preventative tools and actions to reduce wolf livestock conflict. 100% of county requests for non-lethal assistance were fulfilled last year. ODA has paid 100% of the value of livestock for claims on confirmed and probable wolf depredations, and 14% of the ODA money has went to pay for claims for missing livestock. The department has been helping livestock producers for 15 years. Our wolf program and local biologists can share the depredation experiences ranchers have had statewide, since we have been to every single depredation that has been investigated. We see some issues repeat themselves time after time, like carcasses attracting wolves to winter feeding and calving pastures. We also share information with livestock producers about past wolf movements that can help inform their management decisions in the future. And we share what other ranchers have done to solve their challenges, not telling anyone how to run their ranch, but giving options that they might consider that have worked for other people in their situation and may or may not work in theirs. And this year, we will focus on more coordination and collaboration as more groups and agencies are jumping into the wolf management world in Oregon to assist livestock producers. Reducing the vulnerability of livestock to wolves reduces depredation, and that's good for livestock and Oregon's wolves. We continue to share important wolf information with livestock producers and others on our website. In 2022, the department launched a new mobile-friendly web pages with the goal of making it easier and more efficient for the public to get information about wolves in Oregon. The renovated site still provides the latest updates and information about wolves, wolf management, specific at Oregon wolves, conflict with livestock, as well as an online form reporting wolf sightings. We have more than 12,000 people signed up to receive email notifications when wolf updates are posted on the website. Some of the wolves in Oregon web pages have seen an increase of nearly 300%. More outreach programs will continue in 2023, and ODFW has a lot of data and stories to share about wolves, and we want to share that with the public. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions after Derek presents.
Yeah, Chair Wall, I'm sure that there's questions from members of the commission on our wolf management and implementation of the plan, but I think some of those will overlap questions about how we're going to be reviewing that plan in the future. So if we could hear that before we take questions, I think that would be beneficial.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead.
And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Derek so that we can give you a brief overview of the staff plans for reviewing the wolf conservation management plan.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning. For the record, Derek Broman. I'm the acting game program manager. As originally adopted in 2005, the Oregon Wolf Plan has served Oregon's guide to management and conservation of gray wolves. Since then, the plan has been updated 4 times. The most recent assessment followed state delisting in 2015. It included a 3-year process to update the plan, culminating with the adoption of the most recent version in June 2019. This will be the 5th review of the plan since it was originally adopted. The plan provides direction for the department and the wolf program and includes objectives and detailed strategies for wolf conservation and management. The plan also defines terms and titles related to wolf management in Oregon, such as the special status game animal designation as it appears in statute. The plan and its implementing administrative rules state that the department has to review the plan at least once every 5 years and make recommendations to the commission for any changes to the plan. The department's 5-year review is just about to begin, and we are here to share a bit about how we are approaching this review. Here's the overall timeline. Oofda. With major checkpoints for this review process, we'll walk through each of these stages of this effort, and you'll see that we will be initiating the department review here very shortly in May. This will be followed by a public workshop for the commission, and then public and stakeholder engagement, and we hope to have the review concluded in June 2024. As a reminder, the goal of the Wolf Plan is to ensure the conservation of wolves in Oregon while protecting the social and economic interests of all Oregonians. As we begin our review, we will be asking a number of questions, such as, what have we learned? That starts with the wolves themselves, including what we have learned about population trends, distribution, behavior, and reproduction. Related to this information, we will consider new or improved tools for monitoring these metrics. Adaptive management is core to all of our efforts in wildlife conservation and management, and wolves are not excluded. So we will also ask, how have we adapted wolf management under the current plan and as wolves have successfully recolonized new areas of Oregon? How has the plan allowed for adaptive management? But also, where has our adaptive management been constrained by the plan? And does the plan contain barriers to effectively achieve our goal? The department review cannot be conducted in a vacuum and will be necessary to gather information from outside sources and our partners in implementing the plan. For example, we may reach out to livestock producers that have worked closely with the department on non-lethals and have experienced livestock depredation events, as well as those organizations that have been engaged in efforts to prevent or resolve wolf poaching events. In this review, we will search for issues and barriers, but we will also expect to report back on wolf conservation and management successes. Once our initial review is complete, we will share our initial findings and learnings with the commission in a public workshop in December and engage in a conversation with commissioners about these findings and any recommendations that may emerge. As part of the workshop, the department will recommend a pathway forward for engaging the public in the review of the wolf plan and seek the commission's feedback on the proposed approach. The department's review and conversations with the commission at the workshop will help us develop our plans for engaging the public. We want to ensure that the stakeholder and public feedback process adequately informs the commission on topics that emerge. We intend to design a process that builds on the department's initial review and continues to inform us of how we've adapted, what is working well from various perspectives, and possible opportunities to adjust the plan to be more effective in meeting its goal to ensure the conservation of gray wolves while protecting the social and economic interests of all Oregonians. Brian?
Thank you, Derek. My apologies for some of those slides. This presentation was built on a wider screen format, and this was condensed down. So to be clear, following the department's review, the commission workshop, and then that stakeholder input, we anticipate bringing the full plan back before the commission, completing that review in June of 2024. I do also want to point out that this plan is adopted into administrative rule in its entirety. So any recommended changes to that plan would require a rule adoption process. And so we would have to build that into our timeline, and we are planning on that, having room in that timeline. With that, we'd be happy to answer questions on either the annual report or plans for reviewing the plan.
We have a couple questions since the cards popped up. Let's start with Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and then Commissioner Labhart. And
Yeah, way down here.
okay,
You can't see me.
those big green thermoses. Okay, and then Dr. King. So go ahead, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yes, first, Brian, I think I'm going to address these questions to you if it's okay. I really appreciate the presentation. Thank you. And I'm just going to read these thoughts because first of all, I want to say that I am concerned about the 7 illegal kills that we've had this last year. That is always unacceptable. But I also am deeply concerned about the increase in depredations that we've seen. It feels to me like Northeast Oregon has become a pressure cooker. And when you look at the map in that corner of Oregon, it really appears very filled in with wolves. And just, having connections to people in those communities, I feel like there's just a tremendous amount of stress up in that corner of Oregon. We do continue to see the pressure in the Klamath area, but I feel like because it's still a federally listed area, it seems like the on-the-ground support for non-lethals is really robust down there. Like the federal presence down there seems to be really and not that conflict isn't happening. It just feels like there's more support down there. I want you to talk a little more about how these population estimates happen and how do we begin to do population modeling in a more robust way. I realize it's very hard to find these critters, and I know that they're dispersing and in thick timber and places that are tough to count, but it seems like our current approach is starting to maybe not be the most effective approach for the future. So that's one thing. Sorry, I'm going to give you all these things, Brian. And then if you ask me back, I might be like, I don't know what I asked. Also, I'd like some conversation about how you're looking at the wolf population as it overlaps with our ungulate population. And the other thing that appeared confusing to me when I sort of looked at the numbers is it feels to me like that the compensation doesn't add up to the loss, that we are compensating a lot through these county committees and stuff for non-lethal tools, but maybe not the actual depredation that's happening to on the ground, which, it just drives all the attitude out there on the landscape when we don't have that. Anyway, and I will stop with that.
Okay, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. I think I captured those in my notes here, and so I'll try to tick through those as best as I can. As staff, we are also concerned with the number of depredations and the impact that has on our producers. And as you heard, one of our overarching goal of this plan is both having conservation of wolves, but also protecting that social and economic interest of all Oregonians. And so with this plan review, we're going to be looking at how that plan allows us to be adaptive, how it's allowed us to be adaptive as that wolf population has changed, as depredations have changed, and we're going to be looking to see if there's need for any modifications. But I also want to assure you that we're not waiting for this plan review. We have a current plan now that we're implementing. We have room within that plan, and we are looking hard at depredations. We're looking at how we can partner with others that can help us effectively communicate and reach these producers, increase non-lethals and funding for non-lethals, as well as looking at when we might have to take other actions to address depredation. And so we're not going to sit back on our laurels while we're reviewing the plan. We're going to continue to work with producers and try to reduce depredations. Your next question was about the wolf minimum counts versus population estimates. And that's going to be one thing that's part of our wolf plan review. We've been doing wolf population minimum counts. And as you heard, we know that there are more wolves in Oregon than what we're able to count at the end of the calendar year. And we're going to look at if that model's still working for us, what the benefits of it are, if there's benefits of moving in another direction. And that's going to be part of our review, looking at staff time, costs, utilization, and we'll see if there's a better tool out there, what that tool might be, what it would cost, how well we could implement it. And then that's part of what we will be bringing back and discussing with you as to whether or not it changes. Regarding wolves and ungulates, ungulates are something that we monitor fairly closely with, especially our deer and elk. We're doing annual population censuses. We're estimating populations. It's an important part of Oregon's economy. It's a hunting resource for our recreation hunters in Oregon, and we're going to continue to look at that. At the same time, we recognize that when wolves and deer and elk are present on the landscape, wolves do tend to predate a little more on elk. We've been dealing with a lot of elk conflict with agriculture. We've been taking a lot of actions to try to alleviate that elk impact on the economy of Oregon and the producer, farmer, livestock community. And so that all has to be weighed in together when we look at how predation, other causes of natural mortality, human mortality is having on our elk populations. And we're going to continue to look at that interaction and monitor those populations closely. And then finally, with the question on compensation, and I may turn this over to Rob Lynn here, as a reminder, the Wolf County compensation committees are run through the Department of Agriculture, funded through the Department of Agriculture, and our staff are serving in an advisory role there. And so I don't have exact numbers of how many confirmed depredations producers actually asked for compensation for, and maybe Rob Lynn has that. I imagine there's some that choose not to go through that process. We're going to continue to serve our role as advisory, our role in investigating all depredations and making a confirmation determination that will allow those county boards to make decisions on compensation, and going to continue to serve that role. But Rob Lynn, can you speak a little bit to maybe how many of our confirmations did not get compensation?
I just need to make sure I understand the question, because every livestock loss or injury that was turned into ODA was paid at 100%. I only know of a couple that were not turned in by particular producers who just chose not to turn in. And we've tried to explain to them how easy the process is to turn it in. So I think they may for the coming year, but does that answer your question?
I think so. It just didn't seem to, add up when I was looking at it. So just, maybe I wasn't looking at it in a correct way, but
I have not balanced out to see exactly how many happened and how many were paid for, but it's my understanding that it's really high, the number that were turned in and paid at 100%.
okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Lappert.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. Two comments and then one question for you, Brian. First, Roblin, you have an extremely difficult job. And so I just want to recognize that for your dedication and effort that you put into it. It's probably a thankless job in a lot of cases, but I appreciate your professionalism and the work that you do in the program. And then second of all, I'd like to talk a little bit about the plan review just for a moment. I just look forward to the process that the department has put together, and I look forward to seeing what we do as we move this process along in the various steps. And I really, really appreciate the stakeholder input that the department is going to be asking for as we move through this process, because I think that that's heavily needed. We need to involve our stakeholders in how we move through this process. So at the end result, that we have all stakeholders that said, I may not like the results, but I was actively engaged in it, and I was listened to by the department, and we've come up with something that hopefully we can live with, where the stakeholders say, yeah, we can live with that. So that's my optimistic goal. And then, Brian, I probably should have talked to you about this ahead of time, so I might be catching you a little bit off guard. But I think, at least for me as a commissioner, maybe the other commissioners and probably the public that's watching, could you just briefly summarize some of the bills that are going through the legislative process, and maybe start with the Department of Ag bill? You don't have to go into a lot of the detail, but we're down to, I think, the vital few now that are affecting the wolf program. Summarize just briefly where those bills are in the legislative process. And I know we've still got a long ways to go.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioner Labhart. Yeah, you didn't give me any warning this was coming, and so I don't have the bill numbers on the top of my head. There are a couple of bills, in particular around the compensation programs, and those bills approach compensation from different angles with the potential for multipliers. So I believe one of them was moving towards a multiplier for confirmed and probable depredations for cows and calves that would have a 2-time multiplier but would remove payment for missing. There's another bill that would have a multiplier that would be a 5 times multiplier for confirmed and probable depredations, but remove payments to missing through that. And so both of those bills were heard in committee, but passed out of committee without recommendation. And I believe they're now in Ways and Means. And so we're engaged in that process and watching it from our role, as the ones that do the depredation investigations and make that determination of confirming or probable. Of course, ODA is very involved in those as those compensation programs actually run through ODA.
And it just hit me that I think there's 2 other, can help me if I'm wrong here, but there's 2 other potential wolf committees that are county wolf committees that are going to be set up. One in Deschutes County. I understand they're taking nominations now. The commissioners are going to make a decision on that committee at the end of this month, I understand. And then I think, is it Jefferson or Crook County that's also looking at, because of the movement of wolves in there? Somebody answer that question.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. Yes, there are several counties that are looking at setting up county compensation committees, and they're just, as far as I've heard, most recently, they're having some challenges getting nominees.
Okay.
But they're just trying to get the word out that they're starting those up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you for your presentation. And I would concur with Commissioner Lampart. Roblin, you have a hard job, but you actually do it quite well. We were together at the Wild Sheep Roundup and and as soon as we got out of the truck, you saw wolf tracks everywhere that no one else saw. In fact, our ungulate coordinator went up and down the hill 3 times and didn't see them. So you're clearly skilled at what you do. My first question is hopefully is easy. Like, how do you get these wolf pack names? Like, what makes you decide to name them? And where does that all come from? And why are we naming them? Is it just made easier than saying wolf pack 238 or something? Or
Chair Wall, Commissioner King. Yeah, that's a great question. We've struggled with that a little bit. It would be great to just give them numbers, but it's not as helpful for the livestock community. For the producers, it's nice to have a name for them. I think someday we won't have a name for them. We'll just call them that area. But we usually name a new pack in a new area after the WMU. So that's usually the first name that goes into a wolf pack in that area. And then after that, it's a matter of looking at areas around there and making sure that we don't pick a name of somebody who lives down the street, that has that mountain behind their house named after them. And we just try and pick names that are accurate for the location of where those wolves are active. So it's easier for
jumping. Could you define that acronym, please?
WMUs.
Oh, wildlife management units. Thank you. Yeah. So wildlife management units, when a wolf shows up in a new area. So the Murderers Creek unit had wolves show up. We called it the Murderers Creek Wolves. The Mount Emily unit had wolves show up, and we couldn't call it the Mount Emily pack because they were 30 miles away. So we called them North Emily, and then the next pack was right on Mount Emily. We called them Mount Emily. So that's one of the fun parts of the job.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to. Yeah, that's why. Let's get some happy news for a change. And my other question is your timeline, and can you explain a little bit? Okay, so we're doing this initial review and info gathering. Like, what does that mean? That just seems a bit vague, but that's happening before our commission meeting. And who are we gathering it from? Like, what exactly, and how are we getting the word out to that people know that we are gathering information? How is that communication happening?
So Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioner King, So that portion of our review is really the department taking our look as the implementers of the plan at how well it's working, how adaptable it is. And we work with conservation community, producers, sport groups, and we need to check in with them as we make that determination. And so we will be communicating with, in some cases, individual producers that have had livestock conflict. And so there's going to be communication with those groups, but not in a formal stakeholder process. And so we're going to come to the commission with a work group, present kind of our initial findings of the plan, and then go into that more formal stakeholder process where we're dealing with groups. But this engagement that we have earlier is really going to be those folks that we've been working with. We know what some of their concerns are. We know what some of their challenges are, but we need to take another look at that and look at that a little bit deeper as we complete our review of it.
And how are we communicating with them, with any of these groups? Because this is something that I've brought up over and over and over again. We make, say, changes, adjustments, improvements that we think are wonderful, but if you didn't tell anybody, then no, you didn't. So, like, what exactly are we doing? And, like, I see that we now have a mobile-friendly site, things like that. How are we getting better at communicating any of these things?
So, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioner King, for that portion of the review, it's going to come in a lot of different ways, whether it's email exchanges, phone calls, some one-on-one conversations, but really that sit down and understand how this plan is affecting individuals and some groups. But we are also, through that stakeholder engagement process, that's the more formal, and that stakeholder engagement is going to happen before any changes of the plan are made. We're going to be working with our I&E folks to make sure that we're letting folks know what's going on. We're going to try to get as much information and take input from across the state, but also those stakeholders that we've engaged with through all the previous plan reviews, and bring them to the table at that point.
Okay. And my final question is related to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde's question, Northeast. where you quickly run out of WMUs to name the packs because there's so many. That region is definitely, I think, disproportionately suffering, disproportionately struggling. There's a lot of issues. That absolutely is a powder keg. Like I've been out there a couple of times. I do not live anywhere near there. I'm in Portland, 7 hours away, but every time I go there, it is just on edge. And are we doing something, anything to alleviate either some of their concerns or addressing them even? I kind of get the sense that they feel almost like we're not doing anything, or very frustrated, or very, very kind of throwing their hands in the air, that things are just out of control and we're just leaving it to it, which I don't think is true, but that is how they feel. So again, are we working on some of that communication, or if are we making sure they're engaged in this review and info gathering as well, to kind of make sure that they know that we are hearing their concerns and votes?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioner King, we're very concerned about depredations happening in Northeast Oregon. We recognize that there are a lot of different packs of wolves in Northeast Oregon, and we're really working at how we interact with producers. And we recognize that sometimes that doesn't come best from the department itself. And so we're working with partner agencies, federal agencies that have relationships with producers, and exploring options to take advantage of some of the other funding mechanisms that are out there to help provide the tools. And so we're working on that. We're very optimistic how things are coming together with available funding, with partnerships with folks potentially like the NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service, that producers and farmers are used to working with and have relationships with. And we're looking at how we can partner there, and spread our ability to provide assistance through using structure that producers are used to working within.
Thank you.
Chair Wall.
Yes.
I would just add that I think it's really important to keep in mind that while there are a lot of packs in Northeast Oregon, the majority of those packs have never depredated. And we'll share a lot of those statistics, I think, as we get into the plan review, but the majority of those packs have never depredated. I think it's really important to keep that in mind.
Thank you. We have two other, Nick, you look like you're about to say something, and then we have a couple other commissioners who have raised their cards. So,
Chair Wall, for the record, Nick Myatt, East Region Manager for ODFW. And I just wanted to come up and touch on a little bit from perspective for the region to add on to what Brian talked about. So we've been, as Brian mentioned, we've been really looking to bolster our resources for livestock producers, particularly in Northeast Oregon. As region manager, that's been one of my highest priorities over the last year and something we've been working on quite a bit. So Brian touched on new partnerships we're pursuing. We have working with Wildlife Services has putting in 2 new non-lethal positions in Northeast Oregon that will be dedicated towards providing non-lethal assistance. But beyond new resources we're bringing in there, we're also working on quite a bit of improvements to our internal processes in the way we approach depredation investigations with livestock producers. Also, one of the things looking internally we've seen is we're a lot of times in reactive mode where we're interacting with the livestock producer once there's conflict. So we're really prioritizing trying to get out ahead and have meetings with producers at the beginning of the season before they turn out, improving our communication with those livestock producers. So Brian did a good job of touching on everything we're doing, but I just wanted to make sure the commission knows this is a very high priority for us there, and something we're significantly ramping up our resources for livestock producers. And I think part of, as we work on the review of the wolf plan, having a lot of my input and our staff involvement in that as well. But at the same time, we have that review going on. We're also continuing that work on improving our kind of processes and procedures of how we interact with producers on the ground.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Spellbrink, Commissioner Khalil, and Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, just as we were talking here, I got thinking, you know, we have, I realize we're not Idaho, but I have good friends there in Ashton, Idaho that ranch and farm around there, and just how things have changed there when the wolf population increased in the park. A lot of the elk now moved on to private property, and I mean their hunting changed from they used to hunt basically migration out of the park as the elk migrated out of the park in the early winter. Now they've changed to where they're hunters, so they don't mind so much, but now they hunt more on the edges of their property because a lot of those elk have moved out of the park and actually stay out of the park now because I think maybe the wolf population has moved a lot of those elk out of the park. And I wonder are we seeing any of that here where the wolves are actually moving the elk onto maybe some of the private property or where, you know, maybe the elk feel a little safer?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioner Spellbrink. We have some big collaring projects going on right now, both mule deer, which you've probably heard about, but also with elk that's maybe not been kind of shared as much, or you might not have heard about. So we've been collaring a lot of elk throughout the Blue Mountains, looking at how they move, and it's somewhat complicated, and it's a little early to give you a final answer. We're going to have to look at the data that comes in, but we're seeing both, you know, pressures from predation like wolves is definitely a possibility. We're also seeing effects from changing climate, changing forage conditions, disturbance on some of those public lands with hikers, campers, you know, just more public use, and private lands can be that safety both from people and others. And so we're looking at how all those things are interacting and contributing to distribution of elk. We've got a lot of elk in Oregon. That distribution of where they want to live has been changing, and we're trying to get the answers to some of those questions.
Yeah, lots of variables, and they're good at adapting, right?
Thank you, Commissioner Khalil.
Just curious how wolves are doing, and this is a good segue off of that, how wolves are doing in some of our neighboring areas. Like, I'm just trying to compare top level. Idaho and Washington.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil. So Washington is experiencing very similar changes to us. It's a little deceiving sometimes when you hear Washington's numbers, because for them a pack is 2. And so if you compared our number of packs with their number of packs, it's actually far more similar than you would think it would be, because our pack is 4. So they're having very similar issues. They in Washington don't have as much livestock depredation issues at this time because of where wolves are on the state. I think one thing we have to realize in Oregon is that we're going to have challenges with wolves and livestock in all areas of the state where they overlap. And we don't have the refuge areas that they have in Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho, where there are huge areas where there are no livestock. And so we're just going to have challenges in Oregon from start to finish when we're dealing with that, with our higher population. I added it up. It's the number of people in Wyoming, Idaho, and Montana. You have to double that to get to the population in Oregon, and then you have to move the land base down by 1/3. So we're just going to always have some challenges, and we might have to be more adaptive for those reasons. But other than that, yeah, populations in Montana and Idaho have leveled off at lower numbers than they were 10 or 15 years ago based on their management.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Those states have hunts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you for the report. It's always been very educational to hear what's going on in the wolf management. I just want to bring up something that I've already told you in meetings, but in Italy, where I know when Luigi Boitani originally started working with ODFW from his experience in Italy, and there were very few wolves back in the 70s. There was 100. Now there's I looked this up not too long ago. There's over 3,000, but they're still listed as endangered. I don't know the square mileage of Italy compared to Oregon or California. It might be more like California, but they range from the Alps to the boot. So they are perhaps, I don't know if you have looked at how Italy is managing their endangered wolves, which is a subspecies, I guess it's been determined, of wolf because they don't interbreed with northern wolves. But that might be another example to look at in examining other areas that wolves perhaps managed. I don't know if you have looked. I just wanted to bring that up. How Italy is managing.
I have a couple questions and
wolves.
An idea for just how I've been thinking about it for going forward into the December discussion. As I look at this now, and this builds on what others have said from the commission side as well as from what you have said, which is December is almost the time to identify solutions, both on the predation side and on the population side. And it was interesting to hear about maybe there's more support in the Klamath area for some reason. The whole perspective on these changes, of course, and in my county, we had not necessarily a wolf actually show up, but at least prints, and we, who knows what happened, but it definitely brings the attention of the local people to it when you get one. And so distribution is a key piece of this, and we're seeing that in Oregon. And I remember we talked last time about if we got some distribution, things might change some, and we have, so I think that's an issue or a factor going forward. For me in December, one of the things that would be very useful is to hear, and the last thing I want to do is have all of us in Oregon run to our separate, put on our gloves and go to our separate corners. It is useful though to hear where there can be some discussion of solutions from various perspectives, and then hear from staff as well on those solutions, because that's what we're after is the solutions. And I think we've heard the start of some, like the distribution there may be some there. The NRCS, and I have experience with them, they are accepted in the ag community. There's probably some great ground there, and I appreciate that you're looking at that. So if we could in December have think about a panel or a couple panels that talk about what are the solutions for predation, and because we have some experience now in our communities with these things, and what are the solutions on the population side, because everybody's kind of disappointed that one is rising and the other isn't, but let's talk about those solutions. And it is useful to hear about those solutions in a setting like this where we can hear the whole story instead of all of us getting calls and what happens at the local grocery store. So that would be my take on this, and I would be very curious about what you said, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, about if there is something about what's going on in Klamath compared to Northeast. That would be really useful to know what that means, because maybe that's a solution. There's no magic, but I appreciate what people are doing to try to find these solutions. So that would be my take on it. And I don't. We have one more card going.
No, just it's a comment to say thank you. Thank you for your reports, and also thanks to Nick for giving me some of the specifics. That's what I need in my brain, and I think it's a nice segue to what you're saying, Chair. I can't do kind of the flowery language. It's like I need something tangible, and I need to know exactly what are we doing. And so I want to say thank you, and thank you for giving us some of the specifics, some of that on record, and maybe it helps some of the other people that are listening who might have some of the same, I guess, needs that I do in terms of like just needing something that is not so, as I call it, vague, but is not so general, shall we say. So thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments from the three staff who are done all the work on this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, commissioners. Next on the agenda is ratification of temporary rules. You have, I believe, 11 temporary rules referenced in the TAN agenda. I need a motion to approve those, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about any of them.
Commissioner Spellbrink.
Not really a question, just an observation on the, I know on our Monday morning minutes, we had, a little update on the smelt fishery there in the Sandy River. And I think I saw it was like 5,240 smelt fishermen. And I think the catch was like, they almost got the 10-pound average. It was like 52,000 pounds they caught of smelt. So pretty productive, pretty good little fishery. I heard it was kind of intense around there.
Yeah, Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink. Yeah, it was an epic smelt run. It was incredibly large. The main stem Columbia even was full of smelt for several weeks, and so that little short opener was very productive.
I heard there was people double parked on the highway, running down and dipping their smelt and jumping back in their idling car.
Yeah,
It was wild. Commissioner Spellberg, it was wild as someone who was there.
So, Madam Chair, I move to ratify the 11 temporary rules set forth on April 21st, 2023.
Second that.
Agenda.
It's been moved and seconded to ratify the 11 temporary rules set forth on the April 21, 2023 agenda. Any questions? Then could we get a thumbs up or down vote on this one? Unanimous, Michelle, on that one. And so we can go to other business if you have anything that you have.
Chair Wall, I do not.
Come back to Commissioner Bates.
Yeah, Chair Wall, I do not have anything under other business for you all today.
There is one commission update that I'd like to give, and then I'll see if there are other commissioners that have anything. I think all of the other commissioners know that we were approached by the Environmental Quality Commission chair to have a joint meeting, and because our meetings don't overlap this year, what we were going to do instead is have 3 commissioners go to the EQC meeting in May, and EQC at the time will be hearing fish and aquatic life use rule. That happens to be a good one for overlap with our commission. That's looking at water quality. When you look at our habitat needs and for fish and wildlife, we need cold water, we need clean water, and this seems like a great chance to support the collaboration that we're asking our staff to do all the time in terms of getting the kind of support we need for our mission from other agencies. And this agency seems quite willing at this point to, they initiated it and they're very interested in it. So 3 of us will go. And I would like to thank our staff for the update that we got about a week and a half ago, I think it was. And for, we have a staff person that's advisory on the advisory group looking at this rule that EQC is doing. I think that's Becky. Anthony is working on it. Our habitat staff is working with DEQ. And also, because this one isn't going to change the standards, but is going to change where it's implemented. And so our staff, our fish biologists across the state have been working to identify distribution of our species that we need to protect more. And so a thank you to them for the work, because apparently it has been a big workload. So we will, of course, update you after that meeting, and it's mid-May. So any questions or thoughts on that one? Otherwise, we'll just tell you the score at the end of that game. Okay. Commissioner Spellbrink, did you have a report?
Sorry, no.
Okay. Then we will go on to public forum. And Michelle, is there a list or is it just the one that's in here?
You have the 2 individuals.
These 2, right?
Okay.
Greer and Moskowitz.
Great. And we will start public forum with Jim Greer. And just so the world knows, we usually do these 3 minutes for each person, and we typically are appreciative of the information that we get. It's what's not on the agenda otherwise, and we typically don't act on these, but don't be surprised if there are questions. Go ahead, Jim.
Good morning. My name is Jim Greer, 26-year veteran of Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm still a fan of your agency. So why did I get up so early this morning to come down here from Sisters? I'm very involved in conservation issues right now in Central Oregon and other parts of the state. And where I'm continually seeing the general public in these experiences, they don't seem to have the true understanding of what the challenges are that fish and wildlife have in the field, nor do they have a really good understanding of what ODFW's role and how they play into those management schemes to maintain long-term sustainability. So the general public, maybe not your core constituencies of hunters and anglers, don't have a direct avenue for them to learn more about the myriad of species that you're responsible for and the programs associated with them. We all want the general public to have the best information, be as aware as possible, and to be satisfied that Oregon's wildlife and trusting the primary agency responsible for them is very clear to them and the people that they work with. Yet, because they don't know essentially who ODFW is, this makes it very difficult for them to get the information. They're not necessarily going to go right to the website. Why would they go to a website of an agency they're really not that familiar with? There's a survey that you folks did in 2016, and I think it was a relationship to the Blue Ribbon Committee trying to find new funding sources, and it learned that 54% of Oregonians really don't know who ODFW is. In today's numbers, that's 2.5 million people. And that's why I'm here to talk about something that might help overcome that problem. And that's to talk about magazines. Our agency, your agency, used to have a magazine, and many states throughout the country have magazines. Often these are the most successful programs that get public support of their programs. Colorado, Vermont, Missouri, Montana. I have some examples here of those I want to leave with you so you can take a look at those. But as the Montana editor stated in the information I sent you, he says if done right, a magazine allows agencies to explain important policies and programs, highlight their achievements, and create an overall positive public image of the department and its staff. Through storytelling using maps, photos, graphs, and a tangible product you can hold in your hand, a magazine becomes a more effective information and education tool that the tweet or a limited text of social media just can't get across. It can work hand in glove with a well-constructed website by telling the reader exactly where to find additional information. The key people that you need to get a magazine in their hands with are those that either have a decision-making that might affect your programs or things that you're doing to affect other people's programs. Those would be legislators, county officials, conservation and outdoor recreation organizations, tribal leaders, the media, key landowner groups, and so on. And of course, retired folks like me who have the time, interest, and energy to get involved in meetings, write letters, and help influence policymakers. So my time's up. What I'm asking you to do today is to continue a serious, thoughtful, in-depth discussion about the process for implementing a magazine. And I believe it would be an important investment for you, resulting in very tangible and positive returns. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, for your service and for this. And we do have one question from a commissioner, Commissioner Lampard.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And I know we don't make decisions on this, so I'm just going to comment. So Director Greer has met with me at least once, maybe more. And so I passed out 3 copies of the magazine that he gave me copies of, so you can see what they look like. And I did have the privilege of chairing that legislative Blue Ribbon Committee to look at alternative funding for ODFW. And one of the options that Jim just mentioned was, the public involvement. So I talked to Director Melcher about this, and I've also had a fairly lengthy conversation with the I&E staff about this also. So it's on their radar. Don't know where it's going to go, Jim, but appreciate your passion about it. And there is a segment of the population that still doesn't use Facebook or Twitter or might be the older generation, but there still is a segment out there. And as far as I'm concerned, that we need to be broad-based on how we reach out. Some people use social media. Some people don't. Some people get magazines. Some people watch TV. There's all kinds of formats for our INE and education. And so appreciate you bringing this forward.
Thank you. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you, former director, for your comments. This touches on, the 4 parts of my wheel that I've stated since I've gotten here. One of those is communications. And it's one of the things that I've just sort of pounded that I just struggle with. Do we do this well or not? And sometimes it's kind of or not. But it's hard because the thing is, what we are talking about is 2 big generation gaps. Like you're talking about the gap between the boomers and Gen X and Gen Y, and you're talking about the gap between Gen X and Gen Y and Gen Z. And so you're talking about 2 big gaps, 3 big cohorts that interact and communicate in completely different ways. And so it's a hard task to communicate well. So even though I kind of pound on it, I realize the struggle is real. And I think it's just sort of like how we've gone hybrid in our meetings. Maybe we need to kind of go hybrid in how we're communicating. I think for so many people, magazines are a non-starter because they're so expensive. And you're reaching such a small and sadly shrinking a segment of the population as the other populations grow and rise. So it's people look at it as a poor investment. But I do think there is something legitimate and tangible and real about having something in print and having something available. You use different parts of your brain when you're looking at a screen versus when you're holding something in your hands. So I think there is some way to do this well and do this without just being a total money loss and people throw up their hands and walk away from you. Because I do think, even across all generations, like there's value to different forms. And I think we maybe need to look at that a little bit and see if there's something we can offer, because I know whatever they call it, the blue screen or whatever, I call it the blue screen of death. Like I get sick of a screen. Like sometimes I really do just want to read, not a screen, read something actually live and real. So I do understand that, but I also understand that newspapers, magazines, all those, they're going out of business because people don't read them, people don't buy them. So I think it's probably going to be an ongoing conversation. And how do we maybe have a magazine and also an online offering, have a magazine that's very limited run, say quarterly, and only make 100 copies or something. But, how do you make that make sense financially? I think, that it's going to be that kind of give take that I'm happy to continue to think about. And maybe we get to somewhere where we get some kind of compromise.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and I have done quite a little look into this. The finances, I don't think would be a major hurdle, frankly. Some of that information I gave you already regarding Montana's, and print isn't really out of vogue yet. If you do it right, and I think the Montana Outdoors magazine, which this particular one says, getting it right with wolves. You can tell your story here that you can't tell in social media, and you can give it to your friends. You can take it to the barber shop and leave it there if you want. It's something that doesn't go away, then you can always come back to, and it's your story, and you can tell it in the way you want to tell it. So I encourage you to do it, and I'd be glad to help out in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming over. We have one more person on public forum, David Moskowitz, and this is an online one. So go ahead, David.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. It's good to see Director Greer. I'm very sorry. This is David Moskowitz with Conservation Angler from Portland. And I'm very sorry to have missed the tour yesterday in the Deschutes with my favorite basin. But sadly, the Columbia Basin Collaborative was scheduled for the same past 2 days, and I'm an alternate on that group, and so I could not attend the tour, but I'm sure it was great. I'm here today to talk about Columbia River steelhead, which are not doing great. We're very concerned about a very low forecast for this coming summer. Fewer than 68,000 total hatchery and wild steelhead are forecast to come across Bonneville Dam into the entire Columbia Basin. Under 21,000 wild fish for all of these incredible rivers. And we're very concerned about that. There's been, the department held an excellent presentation on the 18th on Columbia River Steelhead, and they sort of passed out the bad news in a sense and talked about how they're anticipating operating fisheries in this coming year. And Mike Govin, Tucker Jones, and the district bios from the Grand Ronde, the Walla Walla, Umatilla, John Day, and Deschutes just did an excellent job. But nevertheless, with this framework that was put into place last year, we're basing fisheries, particularly on the Deschutes, we're basing fisheries on the number of fish that came back last year and passed over Shears Falls. And then with our prediction, based on that number, the fishery on the Deschutes is going to start as an open fishery on June 1st. And yet we're facing the lowest incoming steelhead forecast in history. And our review, our scientific review of this, we don't see the correlation. How can you base a fishery this year on fish right now that passed into the Deschutes and are spawning? They're spawning in the Deschutes, John Day, all of those rivers, they're spawning there right now. But this run that's coming in, the prediction is so low, we're very concerned about it. And the beginning part of the run is actually usually dominated by wild fish. And then the hatchery fish come in later. And based on the forecast, we're going to close this fishery probably on August 15th. The John Day probably will not open. A number of those other rivers will not open. There's likely to be a fishery on the Grand Ronde. It's too early to say. But what we're doing is we're overspending our bank account by having this, allowing fisheries early. We should be doing everything we can to make sure we don't impact these wild steelhead that are coming in this year. And that should be with very restrictive fisheries in the main stem Columbia. It should be very restrictive fisheries or perhaps closed fisheries in the tributaries. We believe that the commission should revisit its rules about the tribes selling steelhead. We're talking about a historic low here. And what we're doing is we're managing to the critical abundance threshold. And that may avoid ESA jeopardy, but it does not rebuild these fish. It does not recover these fish. We ask you to take a serious look with your staff and the public before August, like what happened in 2021. Right now, the run, and I know over time, the run so far from beginning of April 1st to the 20th, we're at half the 10-year average. So it's setting up just like 2021. Let's not make the same mistake and wait too long. We urge you to take action sooner. And thank you so much for the opportunity to do this by a hybrid. I wish I was there, and circumstances prevent that from happening, but I really appreciate the staff providing the virtual option. And thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I've submitted written testimony that's more detailed for you to look at later on. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And we do have the written information you gave us. I don't see questions, so we will go on to minutes. And if commissioners can take a look at those and let me know if you have a motion or questions.
I can motion.
Great.
I move to approve the March 17th, 2023 meeting minutes with continued authority to the department to correct grammar and punctuation.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the March 17th, 2023 meeting minutes, and I don't see other questions, so can we get a thumbs up on this one, please? Thank you. It's everyone, Michelle. And we can move on then to Exhibit B, which is the 2023-2024 Oregon Game Bird Regulations. And it looks like Brandon and Michael and Derek. Okay, who's going to lead off? Go, Michael.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission. Yeah.
I'll get started.
Oh, yeah.
We need to get our PowerPoint up and running.
Oh, yeah. We're just waiting for our presentation to get loaded.
I think so.
We'll stall for a minute.
That's all right. We can look at your
That's all
lovely
right.
artwork.
Derek wanted to make the official introduction anyway, so
Okay.
we'll give him the mic.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Walls, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Derek Brown. I'm the Acting Game Program Manager. Up here today with me is Michael Klein, our Upland Game Bird Coordinator, and Brandon Reiches, our Migratory Game Bird Coordinator. And today we are going to be giving you our proposals for the 2022-2023 Game Bird Regulation proposals. Here we go, right? Hot dog. So we are going to start with Michael, and then we will venture straight into Brandon's portion of the presentation. So we will wait to the end to have questions. And with that, perfect timing. Michael, please begin.
Okay, thanks, Derek. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Michael Klein. I'm the Upland Game Bird Coordinator for the department, and I'm pleased to present the 2023-24 proposals for the Upland Game Bird Hunting Regulations. And I'm, okay, there we go. Looks like I have the power to forward slides here. My presentation will briefly cover the state of our upland birds in Oregon and our expectations for the upcoming season. Then we'll discuss our regulations proposals for the 2023-24 upland game bird, including wild turkey hunting seasons and some special hunt opportunities and the controlled sage grouse season. Getting into the status of our upland birds, this graph shows some long-term results from our Upland Hunter Harvest Survey. By monitoring harvest through the years, we can compare hunter success and infer population trends. And this is really kind of our best way of tracking our populations without widespread population surveys. Some of our birds are really hard to count. Last year, we had 49,214 upland validation holders. Of those people, we had 22,813, more or less, that actually took to the field to hunt upland birds. Both of those numbers were down about 3 to 4% from the previous year. Yet overall, our harvest, which you can see on the red line on the bottom, our harvest was up nearly 15% from the previous year. So this indicates healthy upland populations. There were plenty of birds available for our hunters. Harvest was up almost across the board with all species except for ruffed grouse, which actually had a very good season the year before. Ruffed grouse harvest was down about 17%. The majority of the increase in harvest can be attributed to our abundant chukar populations, which is a very popular species to pursue. Oregon is really a destination for chukar hunting. And they really had another strong showing this year. And people can hunt them through the end of January. And we had a fairly mild January. People were still able to get out. And for people that are interested in really digging into this type of data, we provide it on our website. For wild turkeys, we have the benefit of mandatory harvest reporting. So the graph on the left shows turkey harvest trends for spring in the green and fall in the orange. So you can see that spring turkey hunting is very popular. We have abundant birds. It's also interesting to note the COVID bump. So that's 2020 where you see some maximum harvest. People had a little bit more time to get out and pursue turkeys in 2020. Last year, spring turkey harvest was down about 6.3% from the previous year, but still the third highest harvest on record. Fall seasons are considered more of a depredation season because you can harvest hens as well as toms. Unfortunately, we don't have the 2022 data yet. We just got it yesterday, and so I wasn't able to work it in or really spend any time with the data yet. So it's an April 15th reporting deadline, so it's just pretty tight, unfortunately. I also want to point out the graph on the right. That's from the Breeding Bird Survey, and that's a long long-term survey that shows the trends in turkey populations in Oregon, and we are at record levels. But do keep in mind that not all of the turkeys that were counted in this graph would necessarily be available to hunters, because turkeys live in urban and suburban areas as well. Looking forward to our expectations for fall populations and harvest potential, we first consider our winter weather conditions and how that may have affected our bird populations. And we know that this winter has been pretty remarkable in terms of our precipitation. We've had heavy snow, lots of rain, but it has not been a dangerously cold winter by and large. And that is a good thing for our birds. Species like forest grouse, sage grouse, turkeys, the kind of birds that are built like footballs, they don't have a hard time really with tough winters. Unless there's a really hard crust on deep snow, then sometimes we will lose some turkeys. But forest grouse are up in the trees, sage grouse are eating sagebrush. And so in general, they do really well. Our smaller species like partridges and quail, they're gonna be moving down to lower elevations. So if you have very deep snow on the valley bottom, sometimes those birds might have a hard time. But in general, we don't have a lot of concerns at this point with overwinter survival. Moving into the spring, we are very close to peak incubation in a lot of our species, especially the larger species. The smaller ones will nest a little bit later. And so we're watching weather conditions very closely because we see that winter is creeping into our nesting season. And so that could delay breeding activity. It could also cause some nest failure. And when peak hatch comes around, we don't want to see a lot of cold, wet weather. So again, we're kind of just keeping an eye on that. Peak hatch occurs around the 1st of May. And really the good news with all this moisture is there's going to be a lot of bugs. There's going to be a lot of good forage. There's going to be a lot of good cover for our broods. So honestly, we expect an excellent upland bird season this fall. Moving on to our proposals, let me just preface this discussion with a brief reminder about the 5-year upland framework. So in 2020, we approved, this commission approved a 5-year framework, which is good through 2025. We started doing this in 1999 to offer some consistency in upland game bird regulations, considering the biology of these birds. They tend to have pretty high mortality rates anyway. Their populations fluctuate a lot from year to year. And so changing the regulations every year to address these sharp fluctuations really doesn't have much effect, if any, on their populations overall. So we try to look at things more in the longer term than the shorter term with upland birds. And so that's why we have the 5-year framework. That doesn't mean that we can't make changes if we see something that is an urgent need. But we are not proposing any changes to partridge, pheasant, or quail, or forest grouse this year. But do note that October 14 opener is very late. That's the latest that is allowed in our framework. And this is really related to a late controlled buck deer opener. And we try not to have upland bird hunters interfering with people who waited 23 years to draw a special controlled buck deer tag. And week apart, there is a domino effect. Brandon will be talking about specific to waterfowl seasons. Next year, we'll go back to a little bit earlier opening date, but this does mean that there are fewer total hunt days by a handful than normal. Now, these are the proposals for spring and fall turkey seasons. We are not proposing any changes to spring turkey season, but there are some proposed changes outside of the existing framework for fall turkey. And again, this is, because of an urgent nature, our turkeys really are, our populations are expanding pretty drastically, pretty urgently. We need to do a little bit more to to take some breeding hens out of certain populations. And so we are proposing to pull a couple of levers specific to fall turkey. The first change we're proposing is to allow fall turkey hunting in Western Oregon to open on September 1st rather than October 14th. As we noted, removal of breeding hens can change your population trajectories, whereas the spring hunt, remember, is just toms. And so that we're really not reducing the population to a noticeable extent with the removal of male birds. The September 1 opener will just allow our hunters a little bit more time to fill their tags. This commission approved an increase in the daily bag limit for this same season last year, and that was well received. And most of our birds in Western Oregon are harvested on private land. Somewhere around 73% of our birds are already harvested on private land, but this is for all of those units that are open in Western Oregon for fall turkey. Just to put it in perspective, last year, hunters harvested 642 fall turkeys in Western Oregon, and 220 of those were females. So we're really not talking about a lot of birds, even though it's a large scale. If you remember the turkey graph, participation in fall hunting is just not like it is in spring, the sport hunt. We estimate there's around 26,000 wild turkeys just in Western Oregon, probably more. And so doing the math, we would need to harvest over 1,000 hens in order to change the population trajectory. And like I said, last year we took 220. So this is a small lever. It's probably not going to achieve a huge change, but it will put a few more hens in the bag. The second proposal is to create what we're calling a beardless wild turkey permit, specific to private lands in 4 units that overlap Grant County. So we're talking about the John Day Valley here. This permit would kind of operate like a Western Oregon fee pheasant permit or a salmon steelhead harvest cards, where you would be allowed to take 3 hens, 3 beardless turkeys per permit. And this would be at the same price point as a turkey tag. That we do hear that as a bottleneck for people participating in fall seasons, that you're paying the same amount that you would for a spring tom to harvest a hen or a poult, which is a smaller bird, and it is a barrier to participation, especially for farmers and ranchers that are trying to get people to come in and remove some birds for them. In Grant County, on average, the department's been removing about 600 birds per year just due to agricultural damage and nuisance. Most of the complaints revolve around turkeys getting into haystacks, loosening them up so they can't pick them up and feed them to their cows, fecal accumulation on those in the cattle feed, and then also scratching up newly planted fields. And I just want to show you some pictures of what that looks like in John Day. It's a lot of birds that these farmers and ranchers are hosting, and they're maxed out on their tolerance. Typically, we would come in and trap and transplant those birds and try to put them in a place where they would be accessible to hunters on public land. Unfortunately, with highly pathogenic avian influenza really taking off this year, we were not able to move birds, and so the birds that we trapped were all euthanized. And that's unfortunate, and it's not something that we want to spend our staff time doing. We would rather that these birds continue to serve a sporting purpose. So we would like hunters to use hunters to address this problem, as well as empower the landowners to start addressing some of these issues using hunters. So that's the purpose of that beardless turkey proposal. And this is a pilot. We'd like to give it a try and see if it has any impact and if the landowners will choose to adopt it. Oh, I feel like there's Oh, I knew there was one more slide in there. Specific to wild turkeys, you might have noticed that there was a temporary rule specific to allowing spring turkey hunting on E.E. Wilson Wildlife Area. Because we're talking about next year's proposals or the upcoming year's proposals, we would like to make that rule change permanent, allow some limited spring turkey hunting, specific to department organized programs such as Learn to Hunt Turkey Workshop participants and our Hunt by Reservation program. We don't feel like the wildlife area can host a total free-for-all when it comes to turkey hunting opportunities, but they do have a decent sized flock that has recently started using the wildlife area. But in rule, it's written in that there is no hunting on the wildlife area between March and through the end of July. So that specifically excludes spring turkey hunting. So that's the purpose of that rule change, just opening up a little bit of opportunity on a limited basis and see how it goes. So next we're going to run through our special hunting opportunities. These are the youth hunts, workshops, and fee pheasant hunts that fall outside of the regular hunting season. So these do require commission approval. On the board, you see our proposals for the youth upland game bird hunts. These are mostly the same as previous years. We're taking one day out of the Oregon Wildlife Area hunt just because they're having fairly low participation. And then we're also changing the White River Wildlife Area hunt to a week earlier, which makes bird deliveries a little bit easier. So these are pen raised birds that we purchase from a vendor on contract. And because we don't have a vendor in state right now, they're being delivered from Idaho, either Idaho or California. And so we do save some money by being efficient with deliveries. Two pheasant hunting workshops are proposed outside of the regular hunting season. They will both take place at E.E. Wilson Wildlife Area. Of note, one of the workshops will be organized by the Hunters of Color organization, and they're calling it a family pheasant hunting workshop, which is neat. And it's proposed to take place on the same Sunday as the youth pheasant hunt on a part of the wildlife area that isn't being used, and so that will take advantage of having staff on site during that weekend as well. So that's something new that we hope will become a tradition. On this slide, you'll see the dates for the proposed Western Oregon fee pheasant hunts on 4 Western Oregon wildlife areas. These hunts are very popular and have been increasing in participation. And we do see this as an opportunity for a low barrier hunt for new hunters, as well as hunters from our more urban centers, because all of these take place in Western Oregon wildlife areas. You will see on the bottom there's a couple proposals specific to the cost of that Western Oregon fee pheasant permit. Unfortunately, the cost of purchasing these pheasants that I was just talking about has increased by about $9 per bird in recent years. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I think the cost of diesel has a lot to do with it. Everything from feed to transportation, everything kind of ties back to the cost of what it takes to run a tractor and to run a truck. And so that's where we're at. This program was always intended to be self-sustaining. So the hunters purchase a permit, that permit purchases a bird. The average hunter harvests, even though you can harvest 2 birds per permit, the average hunter harvests 1. And so if the cost of that permit equals the cost of the bird, we should be self-sustaining. So that's where this proposal comes from. Right now, the average cost of a pheasant for us is $25. And this has not changed. The cost of the permit hasn't changed since 2010. And so the alternative would be to order fewer birds. but that would, of course, make it harder to harvest a bird. We wonder if that would decrease participation. I know it would increase frustration level with our hunters because they already complain there's not enough birds out there. And so that would be the alternative, would be to reduce the pheasant order by, so right now we're ordering 3,800 birds. We would need to reduce that by about 640 to be breaking even on this program. The second part of this proposal is to create a youth fee pheasant permit at a price point of $10. Currently, youth hunters represent only about 5% of fee pheasant hunt participation, and we don't want the increase in the permit, if it's approved, to cause families to leave their youth hunters at home. We don't feel like this would have any real effect on the budget, and it would let those youth hunters keep using their skills that they learned at the youth pheasant hunt and apply those throughout the fee pheasant season. So those are, again, a couple of proposals for consideration, and these are administratively set fees. They're not set by the legislature, and so the commission does have the authority to change these fees. Moving on to our final topic, the sage grouse controlled hunt. This commission has done a deep dive into the biology behind our hunt for several years in a row now. I promise to kind of keep things at a higher level this year. And kind of just do a quick review of how this hunt is structured, and we'll try to keep it fairly brief. Reminder, we know a lot about sage grouse populations because we monitor them very intensively. Sage grouse are not a listed species, but definitely a species that we have concern about due to long-term declines. As you can see in the graph here, on the left, the blue, that's our estimated spring breeding population. And on the right, that's the number of males, the average number of males per active lek complex. And then in the map, you can see the results of our spring breeding population estimates. And overall, last year, good news, third year in a row of increase for our sage grouse. They were up another 9.9%. We're still not at 1990s levels. We may never reach those levels again, just because the carrying capacity in our landscape has changed so much. And that's because of large-scale wildfires and invasive annual grasses that have moved in and changed the carrying capacity out there. Our juniper situation is very serious, and that's because of fire suppression. So we can't win on the fire front. But in general, our birds are on the increase. 3 out of 4 of our BLM districts experienced an increase. It was nice to see 36.1% increase in the Vail district. Our Lakeview count was down, and that's why we chose to fly helicopter surveys over Beatty's Butte this spring to look for leks and see what's going on out there, because that was always a real stronghold for sage grouse. And so sure enough, it seems that those birds may have shifted their lekking locations. We believe that we've discovered almost 20 new leks on Beatty's Butte. We still need to confirm those on the ground, but that's great news that these birds are being more adaptive than sometimes it seems like they're able to do. So that's kind of the status of our birds right now. Just a quick review about, the question of why do we hunt sage grouse if we're talking about a declining species. Reminder that Oregon season is the most conservative of any of the states that hunt sage grouse, and we are considered the example of how to hold a responsible hunt. We limit the number of hunters through a controlled hunt process. We have a very small bag limit of 2 birds per hunter. The average hunter harvests 1 bird. We don't offer seasons where populations are small or isolated, and we limit harvest to less than 5% of the estimated fall population in each unit. Secondly, the hunt takes place early in the fall, which helps minimize additive mortality. We'll do a little bit of reminder about additive versus compensatory, but I promise to keep that short. And we maximize the value of our wing collections by having that hunt in early September. We can tell a lot more from the wings by having the hunt on those dates. Sage grouse hunters are really a remarkable responsive group. They're great about responding to harvest surveys and submitting their wings. We have a very high participation rate from this group. And without the wing collections, we wouldn't know what percentage of females had successful nests, when the peak hatch date was, the age and the sex ratios of the population, and it also gives us a picture of the adult mortality rate. Which this information would be impossible to collect in any other way, or impossibly expensive. And the third point I'll make is that as a game species, the Upland Game Bird Program is able to spend upland stamp dollars on sage grouse management, including fully funding the sage grouse conservation coordinator position and providing matching funds for several sage grouse research projects. The sage grouse season has little impact on population and provides important returns. These birds are best served by keeping the focus on securing and recovering sagebrush habitat. I mentioned compensatory mortality, and really what we're talking about is maintaining our harvest rate to be within that natural mortality rate. When we start to creep into the additive part of mortality, that means that we're contributing additional mortality to the population. The dotted line that you see there is about where we sit on an annual basis. We're around 3% harvest rate for the projected fall populations. When we hit 10%, then we start to have population effects. And so we're very vigilant about keeping those harvest rates within that 3 to 5%. Promised I'd keep it short. We do have specific guidelines on when to open or close sage grouse hunting seasons as outlined in the Oregon Sage Grouse Action Plan. Hunting is specifically addressed in the document, acknowledging it can be conducted without impact to the population, and these are the guidelines we follow today. Specifically, the department sets permit numbers to allow harvest of less than 5% of the population and does not hunt in units with less than 100 males in consecutive years. These guidelines are based on published research and supported by the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. So this is the map on how we create our permit recommendations. So we take our information from the wing bee data, the spring let counts, and we add up the males, females, and chicks and come up with our estimated fall population. We multiply that by 5%. That's the maximum number that we would allow for harvest. And then we multiply that by our hunter participation rates and our hunter success rates. And that gives us a permit recommendation that then we vet with our district biologists. And that brings us to, I think I pushed it too many times. There we go. Our recommendations. Now, really what we're doing, because our biologists are still out stuck in the mud trying to count sage grouse right now, which is great. We're really excited about how much moisture is out on the ground right now, but we don't have our fall population estimates in April because we're still trying to count our birds. So for now, we're proposing to keep the permit numbers the same as the previous year, and then when those fall population estimates come in, if we need to make adjustments, that would be by temporary rule. And so with that, I will wrap up the upland portion of the presentation and pass the baton to Brandon Reiches, who's our migratory game bird coordinator for the department. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Michael. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Brandon Reiches. I'm the Migratory Game Bird Coordinator for the department, and I'm here today to present the department's proposals for the 2023-24 Migratory Game Bird Hunting Regulations. My presentation today is simply going to overview the regulation setting process for migratory birds, the habitat conditions and population status across the flyway, our department's proposals for migratory game bird seasons and bag limits for the coming season, and last, any updates to the game bird hunting regulations. So the process to develop migratory... Thank you. So the process to develop migratory game bird hunting regulations differs substantially from that of the upland game birds that Michael just discussed. Because the migratory game birds are protected by the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act, the federal government, through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, has preeminent management authority. However, the states working through the flyway system consult with the service to develop annual frameworks. Oregon is one of 11 western states that comprise the Pacific Flyway Council. So once the frameworks are established, each state then selects their hunting seasons, which is what we're doing here today. These frameworks are sideboards. Therefore, states cannot establish season lengths or bag limits that are more liberal than the frameworks, nor can they establish seasons outside the opening and closing dates established by the frameworks. The concept of adaptive harvest management guides many of the harvest management decisions that are made by the service on the flyways. And here in the Pacific Flyway, the overall duck season length, timing, and bag limit is determined by the Western Mallard model, which annually considers the status of mallards breeding in Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and California to determine the appropriate duck hunting season frameworks. Additionally, there's a few other species of ducks that have species-specific adaptive harvest management protocols to guide their management. These are generally used for species whose populations necessitate more restrictive regulations, such as pintails, scaup, and canvasbacks. Frameworks for our mourning doves and our bandtail pigeon populations are also based off adaptive harvest management protocols. And then finally, for goose populations, while we don't have formal adaptive harvest management protocols, those frameworks are guided by harvest strategies contained in management plans, which are developed by the flyway, and then with cooperation from the Fish and Wildlife Service. These plans contain population goals, which are based off environmental and social considerations, and harvest decisions are then annually weighed against these goals and the agreed upon harvest strategies in the plan. So what is adaptive harvest management? Well, AHM provides the framework for making objective decisions in the face of incomplete knowledge concerning migratory game bird population dynamics and regulatory impacts. These AHM frameworks have been guiding duck harvest management in the U.S. since 1996. Inherent in the adaptive approach is an awareness that management performance can only be maximized if the regulatory effects can be predicted reliably. Thus, adaptive management relies on an iterative cycle of intensive monitoring, assessment, and decision-making to clarify the relationships among regulations, harvest, and population abundance. By including new information from population surveys, harvest surveys, and habitat surveys on an annual basis, these model-based systems and harvest strategies consider the changing demographics of the populations as they respond to current habitat conditions, long-term climate change, or other stressors. This could include drought cycles, which greatly influence duck production, or a warming Arctic, which at least in the near term appears to be beneficial for most Arctic nesting geese. So what does this process look like in a given year? Well, each year, regulatory or an optimal regulatory choice is identified based on the resource conditions and the current weights in the models. These regulatory options are predefined and agreed to in advance of the decision. Then, after a choice is made, predictions for subsequent breeding population size are determined for each of the competing models within the protocol. Next, when the monitoring data becomes available, the model weights are adjusted to the extent that those observations, those predictions, to the extent that the observations of the birds we counted in the field agree with the predictions that we made prior to counting. And so the models are either the weights are increased or decreased depending on how they agree. So the process is optimal in the sense that it provides a regulatory choice each year necessary to maximize management performance. And it's adaptive in the sense that the harvest strategy evolves to account for the new knowledge generated by a comparison of the predicted and the observed populations. For example, if habitat conditions deteriorate due to climate change or other factors to the point where they can no longer support populations robust enough to sustain the current level of harvest, the AHM process would identify the appropriate point at which to scale back hunter opportunity. So next, a bit on our current habitat conditions. As we all know, the Western U.S. has experienced a severe drought during 2021 and 2022. However, most of the Western U.S. has seen significant improvements in drought status this winter, with some areas moving from having a classification of extreme drought to having no drought designation at all. So while much of Oregon and the West still carry some drought designation, from abnormally dry to extreme drought, the conditions for breeding waterfowl and other migratory birds this spring are going to be markedly improved from previous years. And we anticipate that local waterfowl production, especially in Eastern Oregon, will be much better than we observed in the past couple of years. And so this, the maps that I have up there on the left is the current drought status actually of last week for the Western U.S. And you can see that Oregon is still somewhat covered by drought, or at least abnormally dry. But the next map there in the middle is the change relative to this time last year. And so anything in shaded green to blue is positive change, gray is neutral, and then yellow to orange is a negative change. And so very few portions of the flyway are getting drier over this current year, and we're seeing some significant improvements. Well, the habitat conditions in Oregon are very important for production of like our locally breeding Canada geese, mallards, gadwall, and a few other species. Most of the waterfowl that winter in the flyway are produced north of Oregon, with central British Columbia, southern Alberta, northwestern Canada, and Alaska being very important areas. Conditions in Western Canada at the end of March were slightly drier this spring than they were last spring, except in southern Alberta, where conditions were improved. However, late winter has brought improvements to the region, and that should positively affect the drought outlook. I would note that the map up there is for the end of February. The end of March map was just released yesterday. And then finally in Alaska, none of the state was classified in drought, which is at this time, which is the same as last year. A bit on our population status. So we're dealing with a multitude of species here. Oregon hosts 42 regularly occurring migratory game bird species, 37 of which are hunted species. Additionally, several of the goose species that we have are divided into separate management populations, which we essentially treat as species groups when we're developing our regulations. Nearly all of our migratory game bird surveys monitor the breeding or the summering population. So the proposals that we have today are based off of population information collected in the summer or spring of 2022 or potentially earlier. And here I'll just detail a few. So first, I don't have a graph up there, but our mourning dove abundance in the Western Management Unit increased to 45.8 million in 2021, and that's up from 32 million in 2020. The 2022 estimate is dependent on an analysis of the harvest last year, and that has not yet been produced by the Fish and Wildlife Service. The total duck estimate from the Fish and Wildlife Service's breeding population and habitat survey was 34.2 million ducks last spring, down 3.2% from the long-term average. So pretty much on average for total duck stocks in the heart of the breeding area in North America. Western mallards, again, those that are breeding in Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, and Oregon, their status guides are duck season selection here in the flyway, and they are the most important bird in the harvest. Last spring's estimate was just over 1 million birds, which was up slightly from the long-term average. The continental population of northern pintail continues to be reduced from historic levels, even though they remain a very abundant duck wintering in this flyway. In fact, in the western portions of Oregon, Washington, and then the Central Valley of California, they are one of the most abundant wintering ducks. Last spring, the Fish and Wildlife Service's breeding waterfowl survey estimated the pintail population was 1.78 million, the lowest estimate on record. And then for scaup, another very abundant bird that has seen declines over the long term, and that's greater and lesser scaup combined. Last year's estimate was 3.6 million, down 28% from the long-term average and similar to the previous count. Moving on to geese. So dusky Canada geese, which are important here in Northwest Oregon because of their essentially scarcity, a very uncommon population, which are close to, or not uncommon, but at least less abundant population, which are close to harvest. Last year, we estimated about 13,000 birds, very similar to the previous year and right on the long-term average. The fall estimate for minima or small cackling geese in the lower left. These are the very abundant small cackling geese here in Northwest Oregon. We estimated about 238,000 birds, and with a 3-year management index of 217,000. And both of those numbers are still below the population goal of 250,000, which last year accounted for a decrease in regulations, which we'll be proposing to maintain this year. And then finally, snow geese and white-fronted geese, as we've mentioned in the past, they've seen some pretty explosive growth over time across the continent, as well as populations across North America and even in other parts of the Northern Hemisphere. Wrangel Island snow geese in 2021, the last year that we have data for, we estimated Russian biologists estimated 224,000 geese, which is 420% above the objective. And then white-fronted geese last fall, 664,000, nearly 60% above the objective. So moving on to our season proposals for migratory game birds. Most migratory game bird seasons, bag limits, and open areas are proposed to be the same or very similar to last year, and those are all detailed in the commission materials provided to you. However, 2 seasons, the general duck season and the Northwest permit goose season, have some proposals that I would like to bring your attention to. First, for the duck season, in most years, the commission adopts different seasons in 2 zones, zone 1 and zone 2. And zone 1 is the white areas, that's generally lower elevation, predominantly wintering sites. And then zone 2 is in the green, that's the high desert and higher elevation areas of Oregon. While birds do winter there, they are predominantly the migratory staging areas or breeding areas in the state. And of course, winter comes earlier to those areas. So these differential openers allow us to have a slightly early opener in zone 2 so that the season doesn't have as much of that just frozen winter time within it. And then in zone 1, the season opens a little later and runs to the very end of the time we're allowed in the federal frameworks, typically the end of January. And having these separate openers also allows hunters who are willing to travel to actually participate in both if they so choose. But this pattern of having split openers, and that's how we refer to it as split openers, is only possible when the buck deer season opens on October 3rd or earlier. And Michael already talked about the desire to have some gap between the deer opener and the upland bird openers to avoid the potential of competition in the field. Well, the competition between duck and deer hunters isn't as extreme, not occurring really in the same places. We still value having the zone 2 opener concurrent with those upland bird hunters or upland bird openers. So, a hunter that's going over to Eastern Oregon, say in the Malheur County to hunt ducks, then in the afternoon they may go hunt chukars and be able to take advantage of both openers. But when the buck deer season opens on October 4 or later, we lose the room to have the split openers. And that's because for waterfowl, the Fish and Wildlife Service through the frameworks tells us, here's the last day you can hunt. And so we can't just shift the season back without truncating zone 1, which is something our hunters, they always want that long season, and they always want the season to close as late as possible. So when the season opens on the buck season opens October 4 or later, we have proposed to the commission a combined opener for both zones. And so that's what we're doing this year. And that would be October 14th. So open and close, open zone 1 and zone 2 on October 14, close the seasons on January 28th, the final day of the federal frameworks. I will note that this year, this pattern becomes the norm. So a few years ago, you may recall the opening framework day for the buck deer season moved from what was previously the Saturday closest to October 1, which could be September 28, all the way to October 4, to opening the first Saturday in October, October 1 to October 7. So a 3-day, slightly later shift in the possible openers, which really takes us from every 1 in 7 years for this duck situation to every 4 in 7 years. So it's going to be the norm that we're going to have these combined openers. But there's going to be 3 years which we don't necessarily need to have combined openers. That's going to start in 2026. And so we have begun engaging with the public about, well, when we get to that point, do you want to go back to having split openers, or should we just make it consistent across the board? And so we've been receiving some comment. You'll have seen some comment in the packet related to this, but it's not necessarily a decision point for today. We're just trying to get out in front of this with our hunters. On to the goose season change. And so this is a relatively minor change in the Northwest Permit Zone open area. So the Northwest Permit Zone began in 1985, and at that time, it actually closed most of Northwest Oregon to goose hunting. And over time, the open area expanded as populations improved, and we were able to field more of the hunter check stations, which we have since discontinued. The one exception has been in Tillamook County, where a closure has been in place in various forms to reduce harvest impacts to Aleutian cackling geese that summer on the Samiti Islands of Alaska. Currently, the closure area in blue is approximately 2,400 acres, but in actuality, only 3 private agricultural pastures are affected, since the remainder of the area is forested non-goose habitat or is already closed to hunting as Nestucca Bay National Wildlife Refuge, which is the area outlined in green. These geese, these Aleutian geese that come from the Samiti Islands, are part of the much larger Pacific flyway population of Aleutian cackling geese, which is currently estimated to number 215,000 birds, approximately 2.5 times their population objective of 60,000. This proposal would remove the closure area, allowing goose hunting to occur on those private pastures that experience significant agricultural depredations by the wintering goose flock in the area. The refuge lands, the Fish and Wildlife Service lands within the closure, would remain closed under refuge rules. So the final thing I have today is a proposed addition to Division 45 in our Oregon Administrative Rules, the definition of terms related to hunting seasons for big game and game birds. We're proposing to add the following definition of the terms motor vehicle and motor propelled vehicle. So a motor vehicle or motor propelled vehicle is any land vehicle or device which has a motor, either permanently or temporarily affixed, is capable of either motor assisted propulsion or self-propulsion, and is capable of transporting a person or persons or any material or cargo. So in recent years, the department has fielded questions from hunters whether they could utilize an e-bike to access hunting areas on wildlife areas or use them in travel management areas where motor vehicles are prohibited or where hunters generally access areas by foot or by bicycle. Our response has been that e-bikes cannot be used where motor vehicles are prohibited, and recent clarifications in the big game regulations emphasize this for travel management areas. And the addition of this definition to Division 45 and then subsequently printed in the game bird regulations clarifies the department's intent on that language. And with that, that's all I have, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, both commissioners. Questions? We have one from Commissioner King, so let's start there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for bringing the lapel pins. And also seeing the artwork. It was an honor and a privilege to judge that artwork. So it's lovely to see it in use. I think I'll have to fight Commissioner Laphart for next year's judging. But thank you. I also want to mention Commissioner Labrador and I had a 2-hour meeting with you guys. So a lot of these questions will be the same questions you've already heard. We're just doing it all for the record. But one of the themes that I've always said is that we're not going to just keep rubber stamping seasons and doing the same thing over and over, and making sure that we're having a full going over and accounting for all the changes that are going on all the time. But before I do all that, I think I'd love to give Brandon an opportunity. I want to say congratulations because you're a new daddy. And, you know, as much as you'd like to share about your lovely little baby girl, before I dive into questions, please feel free.
Well, thank you, Commissioner King. So Chair Wall, Commissioner King, yeah, my wife and I had our first daughter on February 25th, and everybody is doing great. Last night, this trip is my first trip away from home for an overnight, which, you know, we'll see how that goes. I know it's been stressful for my wife, but the nature of my job is that I do travel a little bit, and so those are going to be considerations in the future that we're going to have to be working with. But right now, everybody's doing great, so thank you.
Good for you. Congratulations again. Daddy on a string already. I love it. Okay, so some of the things we have talked about is, oh God, sorry, got to go back to my notes. Sorry. The solicitor that reached out to me, he's a solicitor for Bureau of Land Management or something like that, but a duck hunter who brought to my attention the situation in Tillamook where all the harlequin ducks were killed, essentially. So the guides that came down from Washington took out all the ducks in Tillamook Bay. But we have responded to him, so I'd like to give you a chance to explain what that situation was, how we responded, and what we're going to be doing in the future.
Okay, sure, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So harlequins are one of our harlequin ducks are one of the duck species which occur in Oregon. Roughly 30 some species of ducks, if I recall my accounting correctly. They are a sea duck, and they are open to harvest in Oregon. So Oregon sits at the southern edge of the harlequin duck breeding range. So the western harlequin duck population is actually fairly robust. Most of those birds do breed well to the north of us in Alaska and in British Columbia. Birds do breed down through the northern Rocky Mountains and into Oregon's Cascades as well. And so then they winter on the coast. Harlequin ducks are a somewhat prized bird by some hunters due to their coloration. The males are a very striking bird. To the north of us in Washington, they are a heavily hunted species, I guess heavily being a kind of a relative term, but they were very much heavily managed in Washington because they're very accessible in Washington waters of Puget Sound. Washington has made some regulatory changes, and apparently a guide in Washington, there are several guide operations in Washington, because of the regulatory changes up there, brought his clients to Oregon, to Tillamook, one day here in November that we're aware of. We're aware of this because of the letters we received, as well as these hunters posted their hunt to YouTube or whatever. And the report is that they harvested 10 harlequin ducks in Tillamook Bay. There are more than 10 harlequin ducks in Tillamook Bay. I know the letter that we received said they wiped them out. I would argue that fact, that they wiped out the harlequins in Tillamook Bay. We had the reach out to Commissioner King. We also received another message from another bird hunter that was concerned about that harvest by that guide and his apparent clients. And so we decided we would undertake a special intensive harvest survey. So Oregon, although we do have harlequin ducks in the state, they're open under the general duck hunting regulations. Through the federal process, we have never identified a harlequin in this harvest. So they occur, but they are very difficult to access in Oregon. And in fact, most of the area where harlequins occur wintering on the coast is not huntable. Either it's closed as the Oregon coast, you can't hunt the beach because of the beach bill. It's closed because they're offshore rocks, which are Oregon Coast National Wildlife Refuge. Or it's inhuntable because you frankly would probably capsize your boat in the open ocean in the winter in the surf trying to target these birds and likely die. But there are a few places where you can, Tillamook Bay being one. So we've never identified one in the federal harvest survey. we know that harvest occasionally happens. The Federal Harvest Survey is a sampling survey. You can't pick up everybody. So we called everybody who purchases a sea duck permit. In Oregon, you do need a special permit to hunt sea ducks within the general duck season. So we emailed everybody who had one of those permits. We sent paper surveys to the people who did not have emails. And we received a response that we estimated the harvest of harlequin ducks this past season at 23 birds. Again, we know of likely 10 that were taken by this one group. They were included in the survey. Not all of them responded, but how surveys work, data gets extrapolated. We had an estimated harvest of 23, and 23 harlequins is not harvested in Oregon in any year, is not a conservation concern for those birds. So we've also reached out to the hunter who reached out to Commissioner King, provided him with a response early on about how the department was proposing to address this. And I have received no further communication from him.
Great, thank you. And do we have a plan? So this all started, as far as I understand it, when Washington put their restrictions, one harlequin per hunter. This was kind of almost a rebellion against that, and so they came south. Do we have any sort of plan or mechanism, like if this happens again, or if this continues to happen, that we can react in some other way?
Commissioner King, so this all happened. Washington actually closed their harlequin season. They had previously limited harvest to one bird per hunter per season on a kind of a permit type basis. Again, because they were seeing significant guiding opportunity, because you can do it very easily in Washington, and because of this waters of Puget Sound. And so the claim was that this Washington guide then moved to Oregon. So we intend to continue our surveys to document any rise in the harlequin harvest. If at a point where the harvest of harlequin ducks in Oregon would get to a point where it would become a conservation concern, or at least a biological concern for the population, we would consider further restrictions.
Great, thank you. And then we've talked a lot about drought in general. We had the migratory bird kind of climate change chat. What was that, in February? We'll talk again about drought and drought-related things and all things Klamath when we go down to Klamath in October. But one of the things that I would like you to talk about specifically is the inland lakes, meaning part of the flyway. And there was a botulism outbreak, essentially because the water levels got low, botulism kicked up in the soil, you had a big die-off, and what that means to the flyway, what it means ongoing, if anything. We talk about that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So avian botulism is a disease. Initially was called Western duck sickness because it tended to occur in these large closed basins of Western North America. I think first maybe described from the Great Salt Lake around the turn of the century. So it's a disease that does crop up with some regularity. Conditions have to be right. It's usually typically a late summer disease as wetlands are receding. And it's a disease that is mostly lethal to waterfowl. However, if caught in time, ducks essentially can be cured of it. But most birds do die from it. It's somewhat of a vicious cycle where late summer things go fast, birds rot down fast. Of course, flies, maggots. You have maggots that are duck food, maggots that are carrying the botulism because they came from the duck that was rotted away, and then a duck swims by and eats the maggot, perpetuates the cycle. So in certain situations, you can end up with some significant mortality. In Oregon, for whatever reason, we don't see large botulism outbreaks. We've had some. The most recent one was actually in Portland at Smith-Bybee Lake about 8 years ago, some 100 birds. However, just across the border in the Klamath Basin, or just across the border in California's portion of the Klamath Basin at Lower Klamath National Wildlife Refuge and Tule Lake National Wildlife Refuge, they're common botulism hotspots. Some years none, some years significant. 2021 was significant. I believe the estimate was about 60,000 birds, mostly ducks, died from avian botulism. And again, the lakes were drying at the time. Last year, Tule Lake actually dried completely for maybe the first time ever due to the drought. And so botulism wasn't a concern. Last year, there was no lake. But yeah, so that year, we did see significant loss of birds to botulism. 60,000 birds does sound like a lot, and it's not insignificant, but related to the whole number of ducks in the Pacific Flyway, it is a relatively small amount. Our monitoring through our spring breeding waterfowl surveys during this time, of course, is showing a slight decrease because habitat conditions in general are poor, but we could not determine or identify any specific population drop due to that botulism outbreak. Botulism and other waterfowl diseases are things we are concerned about, and we do monitor. We have plans in place for how to clean up carcasses, so on and so forth, to hopefully mitigate the spread or the impact of those diseases when they occur.
And so that's why you didn't change any of the numbers, because you're thinking that it wasn't significant enough to have a larger population impact.
Correct. Again, 60,000 birds does sound like a lot. Oregon's annual duck harvest is estimated around 350,000 birds. And of course, this 60,000 was birds that are generally kind of bouncing between, California, Nevada, the larger flyway at whole. And so when we're looking at migratory waterfowl harvest in the Pacific Flyway, we're closing in close to 1 million birds or more harvested by hunters. So a disease die-off of 60,000, significant and hard to see on the landscape, pales in comparison to the hunter harvest, which waterfowl population under that hunter harvest have been doing actually very well, somewhat in spite of the drought. Certainly the drought has habitat effects and population effects, but we see them bounce back after those droughts.
And for my last question to you, Brandon, and I'll move on to Michael, the pintails. I keep getting my ears chewed about pintails. I can see on your chart that they're dropping, but when you're out there at Salvies or any place in Western Oregon, you see them everywhere. So are we explaining, like, it's part of a flyway, they're a lot here, but they're not in other places? Are we getting that message through to people? Because people keep saying, why can't we have more pintails?
Commissioner King, whether or not we're getting the message through is, I guess, up for debate. We certainly have tried to get the message across. We understand as managers that these birds are one of the most abundant wintering birds in this flyway, and they are also a very visible species. Their behavior makes them, green-winged teal are probably more common, but you will see more pintails because they are, they fly high, they spend a lot of time circling, and so you see a lot of pintails. And they are one of the more popular ducks in the bag. And so they are restricted to one bird per bag or per person nationwide. That's the bag limit, excluding Alaska. And the flyway has a harvest strategy for those birds, which guides their regulations. And so the current harvest strategy, the three options are either 2 per day, 1 per day, or closed. There are no options for a higher bag limit than that currently. And we have been in the 1 bird bag, I believe now, for 4 consecutive years. Hunters, because they see a lot of pintails, they would like to harvest more pintails. They see more pintails than they do, let's say, widgeon, but yet they can shoot 7 widgeon in a day. And why is that? We see all these birds. Well, the continental breeding information we have, we know that we have lost a lot of pintails over time, and it's a habitat issue on the breeding grounds likely. Productivity has probably gone down for these birds due to changes on their prairie breeding grounds, which has just caused a new reality in how many pintails the landscape can support. I'm actually part of the Flyways Harvest Management Working Group, and as part of that, I am also one of the Flyways liaisons to the Northern Pintail Harvest Management Working Group or subgroup. We are working on a revision of the pintail harvest strategy. We have had some aha moments with the Fish and Wildlife Service and our other cooperators who help us develop these large harvest strategies, which may actually in the future give us a strategy that is a little bit more liberal. We're still working through that. There are a lot of contention out there amongst even some of the other academics that the harvest potential of northern pintails is much larger than it has been limited to, which our hunters have been saying that for a long time. They see a lot of those birds. So we don't know what the end result is going to be, but we do know that because of the federal regulatory cycle, any change, the earliest any changes could happen to the pintail harvest strategy and be implemented is the 2025 hunting season. And so I would expect the 2024 bag limit to likely be 1 unless the breeding estimate really goes up this year. I don't expect it will because of the drought that we came out of the last couple of years. And so maybe in 2025, we'll have a new harvest strategy, which may have a different reality for our harvest management.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question from a commissioner, and then we have somebody to testify, and then we're running a little bit behind, so we'll try to move right on, and then we'll have one more chance to ask you questions. I do have one, but let's go with yours.
Just quickly, I want to offer a thought on the lower Klamath refuges, and where I just want to say that drought has certainly played a huge role. Drought and climate change are playing a huge role in those refuges, but also the way senior water right holders allocate water and the ESA comes into play in relation to fish. So there's kind of that three-way split between suckers in Klamath Lake, salmon down the Klamath River and flushing flows, and refuges having a very junior priority right underneath Klamath Tribes water rights and agricultural water rights on the project. So those refuges are always struggling, and it's not just because of drought. It's because of priorities that we're making around ESA fish and senior water.
Yeah, so Chair Wall, Commissioner.
I just want to say that because I know we're all going to Klamath, and it's very confusing, but it needs to be noted.
Brandon, you were about to say?
Oh, just an agreement with Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. We certainly realize that from when we step down to our management level, that's the policies related to that water and its use and allocation are way above us. Those refuges are dealing with the hand they're given, and that hand tends to get worse in drought years. So.
I have one quick question. Could you go back to page 14? And this is a question for you, Michael. And I think that Oregon does an impressive job with sage grouse, but I have the same question I had, I think, last year, which is on that page, when we get to the one on the left, is there no trend line for sage grouse population because we can't do it? Or I get what's on there and it looks like the trend is down, but you don't want to make assumptions on things like this. So is it possible to get a trend line?
Chair Wall, the answer is that this chart has population objectives, and so the lines that you see are kind of where we set the bar and where we are in relation to that. I think there's some really improved science that's coming out of USGS where they're looking at peaks and troughs in these populations, and then determining the trends both on a large and a smaller scale, and we call that TAWS. And so I think there's going to be some really great information that comes from the development of that product, because when you have a population that's cycling, where you'd set that trend line, where you start the trend line really matters. Mm-hmm. If you started at the bottom of the trough or at the top of the peak, that really matters. But just by eyeballing this graph, we can see that things are declining, and you can look at the trend line on the average number of males per lek and make some assumptions about where we're at. Yeah.
And I do get that it's cyclical and we can see it going up and down, but it seems pretty clear where the population goes. And I do have a concern about continuing to harvest this, and in spite of the fact that we're the model, we're good at this. But I do have that concern. So just want to mention it. And then I think what we'll do is have Tyler Dungannon come up and do his testimony. We'll have one quick round of questions if anybody has them, and then we'll vote on this one. So thank you all.
We
Yes.
also have a testimony, someone that testified online. That Steve Hagan is on your list then?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that one. Yep. Let's go first with Tyler then, and then you, Steve. Sorry for missing you the first time.
I missed it too. I was just looking at the hand.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Tyler Dungannon. I am the Conservation Coordinator for the Oregon Hunters Association. Today, I can say that OHA is supportive of these proposals presented by Michael and Brandon, with one exception. I don't have time to go through all the proposals that we do support, but I want to talk about one of the proposals that we have exception to, and that's the Western Oregon fall turkey season change. We believe that ODFW's goal with this proposal is to reduce turkey populations and damage complaints on private lands, but therefore OHA encourages the commission to limit the season extension to private lands. I think that it's important to note that OHA does not support increasing harvest on public lands during the fall. We don't support decreasing turkey populations on public lands during the fall. And I think lastly, by limiting the season extension to private lands only, we will facilitate increased harvest on those private lands by staggering the start date, right? If your start date's open on the same day, people that might hunt private lands or public lands will go to the public lands perhaps, and they won't focus on the private lands. So I hope I'm being clear on that, and I would appreciate a question if I'm not being clear on that, but I think it's important that we maintain our turkey populations on public lands and address damage concerns on private lands. And we really appreciate that ODFW is proposing to use hunters to do that. We're cautiously supportive of the proposal related to increased fall turkey harvest in Grant County. And again, we appreciate using hunters to address this issue. We don't see this as a long-term solution. We hope that this is addressed quickly and swiftly, where we can get back to our normal bag limits there. This is a very liberal bag limit to address some serious issues, but we hope to limit the duration of this proposed rule. ODFW does a great job of monitoring our turkey populations and harvest both on public and private lands, and I want to acknowledge that. But we do want to continue to keep a close eye on what these changes mean for turkey populations across the state, both on public and private lands. As far as migratory game birds, OHA supports migratory game bird proposals as presented by ODFW staff. We didn't have a strong opinion as to whether we wanted option 1 or option 2 with regard to the duck season start date, but we did poll our membership and 63% preferred option 2. And we do appreciate that Brandon and company are seeking to maximize the number of hunting days that are offered to hunters here within the United States Fish and Wildlife Service framework. With that, I think that's all I have time for today. But I can take any questions if you have them.
Commissioners, questions of Tyler? I think you wore him down, Tyler.
Oh, man. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to the online person, Stephen Hagan. Go ahead, Stephen, if you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Steve Hagan, and I am the State President for Oregon Hunters Association. I would like to offer that Oregon Hunters Association supports continued hunting opportunities of greater sage-grouse. As shown in the diagram that Michael put up, sage-grouse hunting does not limit sage-grouse populations in the state of Oregon. Harvest is extremely conservative, and caps are set low enough that sage-grouse populations will not change as a result of the short hunting season. It's important to note that hunters provide a considerable amount of funding for sage-grouse conservation efforts when considering that ODFW uses more than 50% of the upland game bird stamp funds to benefit sage-grouse. Hunters also pay for sage-grouse applications and permits And hunting organizations, including OHA, frequently contribute large sums to support the species itself. Sage-grouse must retain their game bird status if they are to continue receiving the substantial portion of upland stamp funds to which all upland game bird hunters contribute. Hunting yields complementary vital rate data for biologists who are charged with managing the species. Estimating vital rates of sage-grouse is imperative for effective conservation and management. However, collection of these data is expensive and it's seldom feasible for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to do it alone. Fortunately, sage-grouse hunters provide harvested wings each year to ODFW for analysis of specific demographic parameters. And I would offer to you as a separate note, I've met with a number of people for whom these are some of the most serious hunters in the state of Oregon. They understand what this biology means to the continued ability to have controlled hunting in the state. There are many factors driving sage-grouse population decline, including predation, habitat loss, degradation, and fragmentation. But hunter harvest does not contribute to the decline of sage-grouse in the state of Oregon. Thank you very much. And I would take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Stephen. I don't see any questions at this point. So thank you for your testimony, and we'll bring staff back up. And commissioners, we have two commissioners ready to comment or do a motion, or I'm not sure which. So we'll start with Commissioner Labhart and then Commissioner King.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. So I also want to thank you for 2 hours of drilling by Commissioner King and I. It really helped me to understand the issues, and for you to take two hours out of your busy schedules to sit down with us, I very much appreciate that. So also, before we address Tyler's issue, I just want to recognize the letter that we received from the National Wild Turkey Foundation. They went into a significant amount of detail addressing some of the issues and overall support the recommendations from staff. So I wanted to thank the Wild Turkey Foundation for drilling down and really looking at some of the issues that have been raised. So I want to thank them for that testimony. So I have talked to Tyler about this issue at some length. And so my first question for you is, Michael, I heard you say, I think, that 73% of the turkey harvest occurs on private land. Did I hear that correctly?
Sure. Well, Commissioner Labhart, that's correct. In 2021, in Western Oregon, fall harvest, 73% of birds are harvested on private land.
Okay, so the majority are occurring there. So, we face, in my opinion, we face issues. We get the public that says you need to simplify the regulations. They're too complex. We need to simplify them. So the department hears that. On the other hand, we hear saying, well, there's a specific circumstance that we need to address. So you need to drill down and have a specific thing. So, you're kind of going back and forth with, well, maybe we should have a different date on private land versus public land, or maybe we should have more harvest there or less harvest here. And so I understand where Tyler's coming from, but and I think I talked to Brian about this, with that reporting, we know on public land how many birds are being harvested, and on private land how many birds are being harvested. So if it looks like, from my perspective, and you correct me if I'm wrong with this, but so it looks like that if we start having a disparity with public land being reduced, trying to address some of the issues that we have on private land, which we know are issues, we'll know that, correct? I mean, we'll be able to say Tyler's point's valid because, wow, we've had a significant more harvest on public land. But are we there? We're not there yet, right, with that?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, you're correct. We would know upon receiving our mandatory harvest reporting data, because that is a question that we ask our turkey hunters: did you harvest on public or private land? And so yes, we would have that answer the following year, so we would be able to adapt.
So we can address if Tyler's point, is valid, which is valid. I'm not saying it isn't, but if it becomes an issue, we can respond the next year to address that. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I have this same concern about the Klamath because Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and I had a major tour down there, and the botulism was a major issue. And so I appreciate, Brandon, your explanation to me about that at the meeting, and then also with Commissioner King just a few minutes ago, because I'm going, man, this is a big issue. But and we'll get to see that in Klamath. But I'm going to support the staff's recommendation based upon conversations with staff and Tyler, and then answer to my questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. My question is about turkey. So Michael, you're up. And it relates to kind of some of the comments that have just been made. So explain for the record this new Grant County thing, and what impact do we think it's going to have looking at those pictures, which probably, we all remember. I mean, it looks like you need a net to gather all those things. So have, a few people shooting 3 hens, is that going to make a dent? So I'll let you answer.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, we ran a survey of how many turkeys are wintering in the John Day Valley this year, and so that was useful information to know. There's about 4,000 turkeys wintering there, and it kind of comes back to our sage grouse math. If we can harvest 10% of the hens, then we would change the population trajectory. Last fall, the last year that we have information for, so not this last one, the year before, we harvested 90 females out of those 4 units that are included in this permit. Based on our math, we would need to harvest 100 hens to start changing that population trajectory. So that does seem conceivable. The purpose of this product is really more to start empowering the landowners to recruit hunters that they trust and can help. Remember that hunting doesn't just remove birds; it also hazes birds. And so we're really just trying to keep these birds within landowner tolerance levels. And if sometimes that means moving them around, making them a little less comfortable on the haystacks, removing some hens to try to change that population trajectory. We have a bounty of turkeys. In a lot of ways, we're in a great position where other states are really starting to limit their turkey seasons and get rid of their fall seasons. We're not in that place, but we want our landowners to feel empowered. This product removes a financial barrier to using hunters to address the problem, because each turkey tag is $26.50. That's legislatively set fee. This permit allows the take of 3 birds for that same price point.
Thank you. But again, is this going to make a difference? Are we going to impact the population? And also, remember you said this is a pilot. So that gives us the chance to say, hey, this isn't working. Let's do something else. So how long are we going to get numbers and figure all that out?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, it is a pilot. This is a new product. We don't know what kind of participation rates to expect. We're probably talking about impacting, or there's probably a dozen large landowners that would be utilizing this product. So we're really not talking about a huge scale necessarily. So I would say over a 3-year period, we'll be evaluating this to see whether there's any change in landowner tolerance as well as overall population levels. But for me, the ultimate goal would be to preserve our huntable turkey populations for the spring hunt while still managing these birds within landowner tolerance levels. That would be the sweet spot.
Thank you. Let's go to Director Melcher.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I just want to point out it's more than just the mathematical exercise of removals, because there's also the kind of the social side of, do you change turkey behavior? I mean, if you have hunters going into these pastures and removing birds, it likely does change behavior of the turkeys. So it's not just did you remove enough, it changes the behavior. And if you're forcing them back into forested areas, they're probably more susceptible to other predators as well. So it's more complex than just the mathematical piece. That's all I wanted to point out.
Thank you. We have one more question. We'll try to make it real quick. And then just so people know, we'll vote on this one. Then we'll do item C, and then we'll take a quick break because we have marbled murrelet after that. So let's, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Quick observation also, I understand OHA's position on this too. You get into, I think, problems when you have, mix of private and public lands, where in 1 minute, you step over a property line. If you had, the difference between one season open and another closed, then all of a sudden you're illegal and they step over a property line. So, and I support the staff on this, also the staff recommendations.
We've had a lot of discussion on this one. Do have any more questions, or can we go to a vote? Yeah, are people ready for a motion?
Sure. Madam Chair, I move approve the March 17th, 2000, excuse me. I move to amend OAR 635 Division 8, 45, 51, 52, 53, 54, and 60 as proposed by the staff in attachment 4.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend OAR Chapter 635 as was just read into the record. Any final quick questions or discussion? If not, can we call the roll, please?
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you for a lengthy discussion. Appreciate it very much. We will move to Exhibit C. And this one is hunting agreement with the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Spring Reservation. And I think we have Mark Vargas ready to talk about this.
Morning. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I am Mark Vargas, Acting Deputy Administrator for the Wildlife Division. I will be presenting a quick update to the Memorandum of Agreement between the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs and the state of Oregon, which provides opportunity for the Fish and Wildlife Commission to enter into an agreement and complete permanent rulemaking for off-reservation hunting by tribal members. I know we were fortunate yesterday, many of us, Chair Wall, to go on a field trip, and we had Austin Smith there with the Confederated Tribes. Austin gave a really good presentation at lunchtime, which most of you got to hear. He covered a lot of background and things with the tribe, with the 1855 agreement, and the relationship that he has, the tribes have with working with our agency, particularly with the Deschutes watershed staff. And he gave a lot of background on how things were developed originally and where we were at. And I think some of you had plenty of opportunity to meet with him one-on-one, ask some questions. So I think that was a great opportunity. So today, in your packet, you had some attachments, and one of them was the agreement with a series of recitals in it. A little history on that briefly. This is an update to the 2018 Memorandum of Understanding that our commission at the time approved. We had about 40 years ago, and Director Melcher will correct me if I'm wrong, about 40 years ago, Director Jack Donaldson had started a formalization process of issuing tags and things with our agency, with the tribes, and how to do that. We referred to those as the Donaldson Agreement for quite a while. It was formalized really with a Memorandum of Agreement in 2018. And this is really the first major update, and it's a very minor one with some of the language in there. So that was a little history. So as you look at your exhibit in the recitals, there's a few updates. Recital 10, there's just some minor updates to include all the conservation areas that are in there, as opposed to just Pine Creek. And we were fortunate that Austin Smith got to talk to us a little bit about that yesterday. There's also a clarification on there that authorizes when the ODFW season for the same species is authorized hunting for. So what that means is we had in some areas, there was like a year-round season for, like, let's say cougar, and the tribal language, the agreement and memorandum of agreement before that basically allowed deer hunting if there was an authorized season on. Well, there was an authorized season. It was cougar hunting. So this cleans that up and streamlines it to where it has to be authorized for the season that we're talking about. So if they want to hunt mule deer, it has to be during an authorized mule deer season, something like that, okay? Recital 15, again, minor text change, as you see in your packet. And recital 16 gets into the details of what recital 15 talked about with adding in the conservation areas, naming them, what they actually are. And then recital 17 and 18 are, again, very minor changes in the packet you see. One of the changes has to do with our geographic boundary that we had. That when we had a Cascade elk season, we changed that. We split that up to the West Cascades and East Cascades. So we had to reflect the boundary with the East Cascade season. We had to make some language change there. And then some very minor changes with rifle versus any legal weapon. Again, changes that we had in our regulations that we had to match with the tribal regulations. And that's it. Those are the quick updates. Austin couldn't make it here today, but he's been working really closely with our staff, primarily Corey Heath's crew in the Deschutes watershed. A great relationship, and they're all on board with these changes. So that's all I have.
So just to be crystal clear, Mark, thank you for the presentation, and I completely agree with you. It was an interesting presentation that Austin did yesterday. There was some stuff that, even after all this many years, there were things that I hadn't heard before in terms of background and framing things. To be clear on what's going on today, the minor ones you just went through are summarizing what is in the packet. No new changes today from what was in the packet, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely. No changes. You have the changes in the packet.
And the second half of the question is, and the tribe is on board with the changes?
Yes. Yes. Sure will. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Because we have somebody who would like to testify. Go ahead, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, if you have a question. We just have one person to testify.
I was just going to make a motion.
Got it. Then let's do the testimony and stick around if you will, Mark. Tyler Dungannon.
Stay here with me, Mark. Yeah. My testimony.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Meltzer. My name is Tyler Dungannon. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Oregon Hunters Association. And I'll keep my comments very brief, but there are some things in this MOA that OHA really appreciates seeing. We have been involved with many of these MOAs across the state now. And the biggest thing for us in these MOAs is the reporting aspect, the tribal harvest reporting aspect, to help ODFW manage wildlife as a whole, right? Whether it's tribal harvest or non-tribal harvest. So again, just wanted to point these out. Recital 6, it says state and tribe desire to coordinate regulation of hunting activities of their citizens and their members respectively for the benefit of both the tribal and non-tribal member public and in accord with sound wildlife management science and principles for the benefit of wildlife resource. I couldn't have wrote that better myself, so much appreciated. And then 21B, talking about the postseason coordination. This is something that OHA tracks closely with these other MOs to find out, what the harvest looked like. And again, we just really appreciate seeing it here in the MOA. We didn't even have to ask for it. And we're very excited to partner with the Warm Springs, and we're excited to see where this thing goes in the future. So that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see questions, but we do have, I think, one commissioner ready to make a motion.
Sure. I move to approve the amendments to administrative rule and referenced memorandum of agreement between the Confederated Tribe of the Warm Springs Reservation and the state of Oregon as proposed by staff and included in attachment 3 and 4.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the amendments to the administrative rule as read into the record. Any last minute questions? Seeing none, could we call the roll, Michelle?
Spellbring,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Zornowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you. And we will, thank you, Mark. We will take a 10-minute break, come back at 10 after 11 and so we'll come back in 10 minutes. Yeah, even.
to get my tea.
I don't eat until that.
Microphones are on.
You're live.
Just so you know,
Talking about breakfast.
Okay, we'll go ahead with marbled murrelet endangered species management plans, which is Exhibit D, and it looks like we have Mark Vargas again and Martin Nugent, so go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Is this on? Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Mark Vargas. I'm the Acting Deputy Administrator for Wildlife Division. Today, we will be presenting to you the endangered species management plans for the marbled murrelet on state-owned lands. Martin Nugent will take the lead with this presentation, and he is the agency's threatened, endangered, and sensitive species coordinator in our Wildlife Division. Martin actively represents the department on the snowy plover recovery team and represents the department as a member of the marbled murrelet technical committee on the Pacific Seabird Group. Chair Wall, I will now turn it over to Martin for his presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Martin Nugent, Threatened, Endangered, and Sensitive Species Coordinator in the Wildlife Division. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. As Mark just said, I'm here today to present the marbled murrelet endangered species management plans required under the Oregon Endangered Species Act, following the species reclassification as endangered in July 2021. I'd like to begin with an overview of today's presentation. I'll briefly describe the process that we undertook in the first ever endangered species management plans under the Oregon ESA. I shall then discuss our planning process over the last 18 months since the species reclassification. I will outline the endangered species management planning components required under the Oregon ESA, and then summarize some of the main issues from the 9 other state agencies' endangered species management plans, and in particular, concentrating on those 4 agencies with the largest land base for potential marbled murrelet nesting habitat in the state. I'll then briefly summarize the department's own endangered species management plan. So for context and looking at the big picture on some of the challenges facing conservation actions for the marbled murrelet, this is a small seabird. It's unique in that it's a seabird that relies both on the terrestrial habitats for nesting and is reliant and closely associated with the marine nearshore habitat for most of the rest of the year. The legal framework for the Endangered Species Management Plan is, however, focused on terrestrial environment and especially on lands owned or managed by the state. The foundation in the development of the Endangered Species Management Plan is the role each agency has identified for themselves with guidance from the Oregon ESA framework and a dialogue that we have had with each of the agencies. The list of roles shown here is a hierarchical level of management protections. An agency may select from the role, for example, to include a combination of take avoidance, following survival guidelines, contribution to conservation, or conservation itself, which is essentially doing everything to bring about recovery of the species. Several state agencies that have had this lands planning opportunity chose contribution towards conservation. That level of commitment is well above just take avoidance and incorporates all the components of our survival guidelines. Once an agency decides upon its role, then their endangered species management plan essentially describes how they will intend to meet their role. Some agencies decided on multiple roles across different property types, and each with unique features. For some, their roles lying somewhere across the spectrum of these options, and others by continuing to comply with the marbled murrelet survival guidelines. The Endangered Species Management Plan section of the administrative rule sets out the framework of considerations when developing a plan. In making their role determinations, each agency needs to balance each of the following on the slide here: their statutory or constitutional requirements, social economic impacts, conservation needs of the species, and the defined purpose of the state land the agency owns or manages. Each Endangered Species Management Plan describes the scope of the plan for the 6 elements required by the Oregon ESA, as shown here. Agencies describe how their plans were developed, which of the agency's properties are covered in the plan, the role of the properties serve in murrelet conservation, management actions proposed, the monitoring that agencies intend to undertake, the time, period, and frequency the plan updates and revisions will occur, and finally, the relationship the Endangered Species Management Plan might have with other state and federal agencies' lands. This last issue is more dynamic and will probably evolve as we work together with the implementation experiences and also as opportunities arise. I'll focus now on the scope of state lands in murrelet management and conservation. The Northwest Forest Plan Habitat Effectiveness Monitoring Analysis, published in 2021, that we used in our own biological assessment of the marbled murrelet back in 2021, showed that the modeling analysis showed that there were 517,000 acres of potential marbled murrelet nesting habitat in Oregon. 60% occurred on federal lands, emphasizing the importance of federal land, primarily U.S. Forest Service and BLM in murrelet recovery. 16% occurred on state land, and the remainder occurred on other lands. That's private, tribal, county, and municipal. I should also note in some agencies' plans, they were able to use a more precise measure of murrelet nesting habitat through specific on-the-ground surveys. And there were a number of different techniques used that are more detailed, drilled down into more detail than the effectiveness monitoring analysis provided. The Northwest Forest Plan also stated, and we also indicated in our marbled murrelet status review, that state lands in Oregon showed a 43.4% increase in potential marbled murrelet nesting habitat on state lands from 1993 through to 2017. This occurred through protection measures put in place and younger forests aging and becoming more suitable habitat for marbled murrelets over time. Sorry, the slide's not advancing.
Something doesn't like it. Yeah, just the menu on the
What'd
side.
you say, Michelle?
Ah.
There you go. There we go.
Apologies, sorry. These are the 10 state agencies, including ODFW, the Commission determined back in November 2021 that can play a role in the conservation of the marbled murrelet. These are the agencies that own, manage, or lease lands with suitable forested habitats and where marbled murrelets might nest. All 10 agencies have each written an endangered species management plan and submitted their plans by the January 2023 deadline as required by the state ESA. The list of agencies here shows a hierarchy by the area of forested habitat managed or owned by these agencies. The first 4 agencies, emboldened, represent some 97% of potential marbled murrelet habitat on state-owned lands, and 3% is shared by the remaining 6, including ODFW. Now, let's take a look at the first agency plan, that by the Department of State Lands. As you will note, DSL determined more than one role in the Endangered Species Management Plan. DSL, in their largest property, the Elliott State Forest, have determined forests will provide a contribution to conservation in their Endangered Species Management Plan. The Elliott Forest, established in 1930 as the first state forest, is approximately 83,000 acres in total. and DSL manages about 38,000 acres of occupied or modeled murrelet nesting habitat that is discussed in their Endangered Species Management Plan. This area is also included in their Federal Habitat Conservation Plan, which is a different and parallel process to the Endangered Species Management Plan. The HCP is currently in process, but when finished, will be a comprehensive multi-species long-term 80-year plan, which includes the murrelet and other listed and at-risk species. The intent of their murrelet conservation strategy in their HCP is to increase the amount of nesting habitat in the permit area by some 21,000 acres by the end of the 80-year HCP. The transfer of the Elliott State property, the Elliott State Forest, is in process at the moment as a research forest, which is likely to go to Oregon State University. And this is ongoing. DSL also manages some 7,000 acres of younger aged forest in their South Slough National Estuarine Research Reserve property. Much of the South Slough Reserve will be managed for conservation of the marbled murrelet through active habitat restoration, research monitoring, and a significant component of education and outreach. It's listed as a key species in their 2023-27 South Slough Reserve Management Plan. Approximately 375 acres of forest has been identified as suppressed, overstocked, and in need of restoration. One of the key restoration objectives is to enhance this habitat for the murrelet, and management prescriptions are designed to accelerate the development of old-growth forest characteristics, including increased structural complexity. And this will develop, potentially creating nesting platforms over time. Looking now at Oregon Department of Forestry, ODF owns and manages a large proportion of the forested state on state lands and provides an important role in marbled murrelet conservation in Oregon. In March of this last year, the Board of Forestry approved ODF's role as a contribution to conservation in their Endangered Species Management Plan. ODF's role is designed to support stable or increasing population and habitat trends by protecting occupied habitat and improving habitat conditions, and is based on existing take avoidance policies and other commitments under their current forest management plan. ODFW has been in regular consultation with ODF staff throughout the Endangered Species Management Plan development process. The Board of Forestry approved their Endangered Species Management Plan in November of 2022. As shown on the slide, the State Forest's Endangered Species Management Plan covers all lands managed by ODF within the breeding range of the marbled murrelet. ODF managed lands play a disproportionate role in the murrelet conservation in Oregon, where their lands comprise less than 4% of the forest cover in the Coast Range, yet they manage a very significant area of existing terrestrial marbled murrelet nesting habitat on their lands. The Tillamook and Clatsop State Forests play an important role in the marbled murrelet conservation on their lands in the North Coast. Through their extensive survey effort, ODF has identified many areas of occupied habitat that they have designated as 113 marbled murrelet management areas that are designated as occupied habitat, along with an associated 100-meter buffer. This represents some 20,300 acres of total acres. As of 2022, ODF has conducted over 32,000 surveys in the individual surveys for marbled murrelets at more than 1,300 unique sites since 1992. These surveys represent 17% of ODF managed lands within existing murrelet habitat and represents the largest survey effort for marbled murrelets by any land manager in the state. To date, ODF has coordinated more than 7 projects with ODFW since the species uplisting to endangered in July 2021. ODF implementation of the Commission's survival guidelines increased their annual survey costs to $400,000 per year. ODF implement their timber sales only after murrelet surveys have been conducted in potentially suitable habitat. ODF, in partnership with other agencies, are also actively working on new outreach and education opportunities related to the species. including an American Bird Conservancy intern at the Tillamook Forest Center, who will provide biological and ecological information about the murrelets to the public, including sharing elements of their Crumb Clean campaign. ODF is also planning to submit a grant application to the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund to support development of a new exhibit at the Tillamook Forest Center that will highlight the covered species within their habitat conservation plan. The development of their endangered species management plan was concurrent with the design of their federal habitat conservation plan and ongoing forest management plan. This, I should add, the HCP is a separate but parallel planning exercise. ODF is well advanced with their own federal habitat conservation plan and will, when completed, provide a 70-year commitment with the federal government. Future management planning under the Habitat Conservation Plan aims to support the conservation of marble murrelets in the Habitat Conservation Plan permit area and increase habitat quality and quantity over time. Annual monitoring under the HCP will consist of tracking occupancy status in designated occupied habitat, and documenting use of suitable habitat, and documenting murrelet responses to stand management activities within habitat conservation areas. Monitoring and adaptive management program will be assessed during a 5-year midpoint check-in, and in addition, the 10-year comprehensive plan reviews to ensure that any adjustments that need to be made are integrated into the associated implementation plan for the subsequent decade. Let's look next at Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. OPRD has determined multiple roles in their endangered species management plan. Contribution to conservation covers the majority of OPRD property areas, and take avoidance in areas where development and intensive recreational use are occurring or are planned to occur, as well as in buffer areas around those recreational use areas. It's also possible that OPRD will act to pursue a conservation role in some state park properties in the future if they're able to undertake a federal habitat conservation plan, which is being considered by OPRD to provide long-term management and conservation certainty. Murrelets have been recorded nesting historically in 22 state parks or lands immediately adjacent to parks. Approximately 19,600 acres of potential marble murrelet nesting habitat has been identified by OPRD. OPRD's current state park plans and management plans are already well aligned with marble murrelet conservation. There's no timber harvest on their properties, but occasional tree removal or modifications may occur during planned operations or for public safety. These operations usually necessitate consultation with the department and or with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. OPRD will revisit their endangered species management plan, effectiveness and compatibility with management needs every 5 years, unless this is superseded by preparation of a federal habitat conservation plan. OPRD is also a collaborator in conservation education and outreach for listed and at-risk wildlife, and is a co-sponsor of the Crumb Clean campaign, and is engaged with related research on this campaign with other state and federal agencies and the American Bird Conservancy. ODOT has identified multiple roles in their endangered species management plan on their actively managed and maintained lands. About 8% of ODOT-owned lands, or 1,175 acres, overlap with high marble murrelet probability areas. 278 acres of this is outside of highway and maintained rights of way. 87 acres consist of 2 marble murrelet mitigation banks. The 5 remaining agencies I'm treating as a single group. Each agency defined and has a role to play in the overall collaboration and contribution, but individually their contribution is limited by areas of suitable habitat, the purpose of the lands, their operations, federal regulations, and or jurisdiction of management oversight. And each on the slide there shows the role that each agency has defined for itself and how that plays into the Endangered Species Management Plan, which, as I've indicated, the department received back in January. I'll focus next on the department's own Endangered Species Management Plan. I firstly want to summarize the public involvement. The Commission approved ODFW's role as a contribution to conservation back in August 2022. We completed our endangered species initial draft and conducted an internal review of the internal draft back in November. The external review was undertaken in December by representatives from the Wildlife Coalition and private industry representatives. And our plan was submitted in January alongside the other 9 state agencies' endangered species management plans. ODFW's endangered species management plans and the other 9 agency plans were also posted on our website in March this year. As I just mentioned, ODFW's role is a contribution to conservation, which was approved by the Commission back in August. The maps here on this slide show where our lands are located, the north coast on the left and the south coast on the right. I should also mention that the purple shaded areas show that potential mottled murrelet nesting habitat from the 2017 Federal Habitat Effectiveness Monitoring Analysis that we used in our 2021 biological assessment for the mottled murrelet. It's important to note that this shows mottled murrelet nesting habitat on the landscape. None of our properties are known to be currently occupied, and no nests have ever been discovered on our own properties. The department's Endangered Species Management Plan covers all department-owned properties that fall within 35 miles of the Pacific Ocean that contain suitable nesting habitat. As you'll see from the slide, these lands include 59 discrete properties located within the 7 coastal counties. ODFW-owned properties comprise some 1,721 acres of potential marbled murrelet nesting habitat. These are mostly relatively small, scattered areas of trees of forest with limited characteristics suitable for nesting. Potential habitat on department lands is distributed across 4 wildlife areas, 11 fish hatcheries, and 44 other properties that are managed by the department, which includes boat ramps, launches, bank angling, parking, and those sorts of properties. It's also important to note that the department-owned lands alone are insufficient to directly recover marbled murrelets in the state, but can contribute to the conservation by providing some habitat and, in cooperation and collaboration with other state land-owning agencies and the federal government, contribute to the larger goal of marbled murrelet recovery. As we indicated in our marbled murrelet biological assessment in 2021, larger blocks of contiguous forest habitat provide the higher quality nesting habitat for marbled murrelets. Larger forest areas are important in the species biology, allowing, in the best areas, social co-occurrence and multiple options for nest tree selection within and between years. Larger areas also are known to optimize interior forest conditions that affect microclimate, such as temperature, for the promotion of mosses and other epiphytes, and creating to the possibility, at least, of nest platforms. And larger areas have less forest edge associated with them, which large edge increases the risk of predation. Potential marbled murrelet nesting habitat in department properties ranges from less than 1 acre in size to approximately 39 acres of contiguous habitat. Contiguous habitat areas represent the greatest possible contribution, where they occur, on our lands for murrelet conservation. There are 10 ODFW properties that have areas with more than 5 acres of contiguous habitat of potential marbled murrelet nesting habitat. As an example here, 3 of these properties are shown on the slide, and they're found also in Appendix B in our Endangered Species Management Plan. And these properties show blocks of 5 acres or more of contiguous high and moderate nesting habitat. These 10 areas will be priorities for management considerations into the future. map on the left shows God's Valley, which is 314 acres in total area, has 2 blocks of at least 10 acres of mixed high and moderate marbled murrelet nesting habitat. Jewel Meadows in the middle there has 1,100 acres in total and has 2 blocks of 14 acres of contiguous habitat. And the other example on the right is an ODF other property, which is on Highway 6, just east of Tillamook, which has a block of 39 acres and one of 11. As I mentioned, currently no marbled murrelet nests have been recorded on ODFW lands, nor any known occupied stands have been determined, including the more promising properties that I just mentioned. We will nevertheless aim wherever we can and where feasible to grow and improve habitat conditions on our lands over time to attain the complex structure required by marbled murrelets for nesting. Whenever feasible, we'll manage buffers as well, buffers to other occupied marbled murrelet nesting habitat on or near neighboring properties. Our management is intended, therefore, to locate, map, and retain any potential trees with nesting structure potential in suitable locations on our properties and manage to create tree and stand characteristics for potential breeding murrelets into the future. The Department's Endangered Species Management Plan will also continue to implement survival guidelines for the species after the Endangered Species Management Plan is approved and provide additional direction to improve the value and quality of Department lands in managing marbled murrelets into the future, going beyond the requirements of the survival guidelines where appropriate to further support the recovery of marbled murrelets. Survey and monitoring conducted on our lands will be focused on an assessment of habitat quality and availability. If, however, murrelets are detected on ODFW lands in the future, then more intensive follow-up survey will be needed, especially if management actions are planned for any specific property. As I just described, our priority initially will be directed to the 10 properties that I just referred to on those blocks of moderate and high potential nesting habitat. We aim in the next years to conduct site visits on each of those 10 properties and look at the characteristics of habitat characteristics, including tree species, aspects of the site, slope, soils, evaluate tree stand potential for potential structures that might contain the possibilities for nest platforms and if we do find such platform trees, treat the area of the stand where they're found as if they are totally occupied. We'll also look for opportunities with adjacent landowners to buffer and enhance landscape connectivity where those cases arise. Given resource constraints, we will also provide management protection wherever we can to potential nesting habitat on tracts of low quality habitat, which given several decades of time and appropriate management might develop characteristics needed by breeding marbled murrelets and or provide valuable buffers. The Endangered Species Management Plan discusses other actions too. Actions on our lands that contribute to the conservation of marbled murrelet and other wildlife include minimizing risks of nest predation by corvids. That's Stella's jays, common ravens, American crows as examples. Predation is one of the known leading documented causes of marbled murrelet nest failure on lands where nesting actually occurs. And the department will ensure that management actions around these potential areas are undertaken that minimize risks of attracting avian scavengers by intentionally or unintentionally feeding wildlife on our properties. Our plan includes management considerations that will eliminate human food sources and other trash from parking lots, trails, and picnic areas in and around potential marbled murrelet nesting habitats. And to achieve this, we plan to collaborate with state agency partners in the so-called Crumb Clean campaign on state lands. This campaign originated in 2017 in California by the National Park Service and the California Department of State Parks and Recreation. and that was actually in the redwoods. But we will use the same campaign in partnership with others to promote the use of appropriate secure trash receptacles and containers at our facilities and established public areas. This will be combined with an outreach and education effort to raise public awareness of the problem and gain public support. In helping this endangered species recover, this is one component, along with the habitat, that we consider to be an important thing to aid species recovery. In collaboration is envisioned with ODF, state parks, state lands, ODOT, and the American Bird Conservancy, and our federal partners. ODFW will also pursue funding and grant opportunities to enhance forest habitat management on ODFW lands and facilitate education and outreach on ESA-listed species, including the marbled murrelet. Outreach and education may include coordination and collaboration with other state and federal agencies with similar natural resource goals and objectives. The Department's Endangered Species Management Plan will be reviewed every 5 years unless other emerging factors become apparent sooner, or if widespread stochastic events such as fire, wind, drought, disease occur to species' potential nesting habitat on specific locations on our properties. The Endangered Species Management Plan will be revised, if needed, at least every 10 years as information becomes available and new information can be incorporated. The review will include reports on monitoring and outreach efforts, highlights of management decisions affecting potential nesting habitat, and coordinated conservation efforts with other state and federal land managers. Finally, looking ahead, this is the first time under the Oregon Endangered Species Act that we have undertaken endangered species management plans since they became a requirement in 1995. The process of endangered species management plan development with the other 9 agencies has brought about a dialogue and collaboration which has been at a level not previously undertaken. And it's been a positive and very useful process. All the agencies, whether they have technical expertise or not, completed their plans and met their objectives. Collectively, all 10 agencies anticipate working together into the future in several ways: collaboration and outreach on education, sharing technical information and expertise in making management decisions, collaborating on the Crime Clean campaign, as I mentioned, collaborating on management decisions on neighboring properties, and applying jointly for grants and other funding mechanisms for murrelet conservation. Where willing partners emerge, we intend to work with those private landowners and land trusts when opportunities arise to enhance landscape conservation values and forest connectivity for the long-term benefit of the marbled murrelet. Chair Wall, in coming to staff recommendation to approve these plans, we should celebrate the completion of these 10 plans. They represent a commitment both individually and together. They are a significant accomplishment and taken together make a difference on the conservation of this endangered seabird and make an important contribution alongside the actions of our federal partners. Finally, I want to thank colleagues in each of our sister agencies in navigating and completing these plans successfully. Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and with that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you for the presentation, and it looks like we have a few questions. We do also have 5 people who would like to testify, so let's go to questions and comments. Go ahead, Commissioner Khalil.
Awesome. Okay, so my question might be a very short one, but it also might have subpoints. So I'm on the second or the 4th slide. The agency's role may include, but not limited to, take avoidance. So I'm seeing those as different categories. Is anyone in the conservation bucket that, first of all, what's the difference between contribution to conservation and conservation? Is it leadership? First question. Yeah.
Yes. Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil. The roles defined there as a spectrum. They are, some agencies have chosen individual bullets there. Tick avoidance is the least option, which is a compliance with our survival guidelines. It's a federal requirement, and it's a natural progression up to more and more conservation effort. The conservation at the top of the scale is defined by the State Endangered Species Act as mechanisms that essentially all of those actions that are taken that bring about the essentially recovery. The State Endangered Species Act doesn't say recovery, but it brings those actions that would bring the species to the point where the protections of the state ESA are no longer required. So contribution to conservation is actions that are over and above survival guidelines, but are contributing to the overall recovery of the species. It's very unlikely that a state agency or a property individually can recover the species. So actions that can be taken that contribute to recovery collectively is what contribution to conservation means.
Okay, so if I'm understanding, all of the management plans, the highest they go to is contribution to conservation. Are there any that are in the fourth bucket, the conservation bucket?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil. Yes, there are some. There are two that stand out. The South Slough property that is managed by the Department of State Lands is an area which is dedicated to education, outreach, conservation, is currently a young stand, high density, but the department through the South Slough managers intend to enhance that site by silvicultural techniques that will enhance the stand of trees to bring it into a condition that's suitable for marbled murrelets. Their intention, if the prescriptions over many, many years work out in the way that they're intended, would be a long way in that conservation category. The other thing also that state parks, in some of the state parks, they have indicated too that if a habitat conservation plan is developed and approved, that some areas of their properties could be dedicated to conservation efforts entirely for the species. But those are the two that stand out in particular.
Okay, but are those like subsections? I'm trying to understand all the little pieces of this. Are those subsections of endangered species management plans, or because I'm looking at like DSL, multiple roles, contribution, conservation, following survival guidelines, take avoidance. So you're saying like pieces of that one could rise to the level of conservation.
Correct. And I think the also that as the plans take shape and evolve, and mostly what we're looking at under the big agency plans is a step down. So the precise details from different parcels of land, how they will be managed over time, that for state park will be stepped down into individual state park plans, and the prescriptions and details and the precise measures that will be undertaken, the investments of staff and time to achieve that goal will be met or outlined by the individual parks.
Okay. Yeah, I think my underlying question here is this enough? And B, who's taking leadership on that like big step of conservation, right? Like if we're all doing contributions too, but whose job is it to do the big C conservation?
Well,
and I don't know if you have an answer, but that's what's in my head.
Well, no, that's a very good question. I think one important thing that this whole process over the last 18 months has brought about and facilitated is the more detailed, more intensive discussions between agencies, between us and the individual agency. And I see this as a starting point for that dialogue to continue, to work out the details for the context of land management action on a state park, for instance, or on our wildlife area. Those details will be worked out over time. The context and The more we learn about the marble murret's biology, habitat needs, the types of management techniques that work and do bring about the sort of ideal conditions that we'd like to see. Once we embark down that road and have a better understanding of all of those things, I think that picture will become clearer over time. But in most areas that we're talking about on our properties, for instance, it's the properties, even where we have contiguous habitat in larger blocks, they're not currently occupied by marble murrelets, but we hope through the management actions to put them on that trajectory to become suitable, to have the younger stands, younger trees around the key trees that look to be having nest platforms on them. Over time, they will become more and more suitable. Single trees by themselves are not habitats. They're at high risk for all sorts of reasons, but once habitat grows up around them and structural complexity comes about over time, then we do see those in time becoming suitable. And our properties are one thing. Other agencies' properties with larger stands of trees, we see that being possibly happening over a quicker time. Some areas like state parks already have nesting murrelets on them, as I mentioned in my presentation.
One last question about that, although I have more questions about the education stuff. But so the periodic review every 5 years. So if there is so much we don't know about the species, and if we're meant to be learning things and adapting as we go, is 5 years too long of a gap? Should we be doing maybe on the front end a more frequent review and then spreading it out on the back end?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Collier, I think that those are sort of elements. The 5 years thing is a sort of a threshold or a periodic thing. I see this as a dialogue that's ongoing, and between those times, yes, we do know substantially more about marble murrelets than when we listed them in 1995, but we're still at the tip of the iceberg. We only know of 95 nests in the entire state, and we're learning all the time. And not only are we learning about what they need, but there's on top of that ocean conditions and all of those other factors that strongly influence whether birds come into nesting sites, and if they do, if they're successful. So we're learning a great deal and getting more and more information annually. Mm-hmm. So I do see this as an evolving thing, but at least those periodic check-ins, there'll be a more formal way of just saying where have we come, where we need to go.
But that 5 years is a little flexible given what we learn and how we learn it.
Yes, I think we at least aim for those check-in points formally, but I see that as an iterative process between the 5 and the 10-year periods, and check in with our sister agencies during that period annually or more regularly if we need to.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Yeah, thank you for your report, and it's great to hear that coordinating with these agencies has really brought ODFW into their sphere, and so they understand better, I think, what their duties are related to state endangered species, because some of them have been working or are planning to work with the federal agency on it. So I congratulate you on that, and that hopefully that's an ongoing relationship. I have one question, and I don't know if attorney might need to chime in on this, but a number of them mentioned they're doing a HCP or starting an HCP, forestry, DSL, and parks that they wanted to. I kept seeing written in these that that as they develop the HCP to satisfy the Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, that they would then defer to the avoidance part or the take part that is outlined for threatened species, federally threatened species, and would not follow through with using the state definition of that. And I don't know what the federal one is, But for a threatened species, if it's different or the same as our ESA requirements for avoidance. But it seems to me that if ours is a higher standard, then it should be included in that HCP, regardless of what the Fish and Wildlife Service has, to just be sure that we have our areas protected to, under our laws. So is there any comment on that?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, that's a really good point. I think I don't want to speak for the Fish and Wildlife Service on the complexities of each of the habitat conservation plans that's underway in process, but they're well on their way. The real advantage with the Habitat Conservation Plan is that it's a long-term plan, provides certainty from the land manager's needs, whether it's one of timber harvest or one of protecting different sites, and the way that incidental take permits are issued is within that framework. But I think the most important thing is that it's more holistic and does treat other at-risk species as well. The Habitat Conservation Plan is not just a murrelet plan, it contains conservation measures for other listed species and other at-risk species too. So the incidental take permits that would be issued by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service with a habitat conservation plan, once that's complete, I see that as not any less of a standard at all. I think it's meeting that plus more, because it is taking that long-term view of habitat complexity, extent, and quality, and that's all built into those plans. So I don't see that as any less, and the fact that the incidental take permit is a waiver to state regulations, I don't see that as a weakness at all. I think that complements the planning operations, and I think just that the habitat conservation plan in the plans in their development has been very much in parallel with this endangered species management planning process, and has been going on for longer, in fact. So they are working through their process, and these plans are in place once approved, until a point into the future that those plans are finally approved.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the explanation. And I also want to congratulate you on including ODFW lands as buffer for nearby lands or neighbored lands that may have potential nesting habitat, so that we could provide, if you need 5 acres, that seems awfully small to me since I saw a video at the OSU murrelet site of a red-tailed hawk taking a murrelet chick out of its nest. So that meant that 5 acres might not have been enough to keep the red tails out. But anyway, and I see that throughout a lot of these plans as providing buffers, not just providing the actual nest habitat. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, quickly, and it's kind of following up on Commissioner Zarnowitz's comment. So I just want to make sure I clearly know where the department is on this. So quoting from the staff analysis, it says each agency plan clearly identifies the role its lands will serve in the conservation of marble murrelets as required in the OAR. Although each plan is unique, all plans covered by the key elements are covered by the key elements in the OAR. So if I'm hearing you correctly, the OAR, which we are to, that's the criteria we're to use for this recommendation, those 9 agencies, their submitted plans to us do that. Is that your opinion or correct, or?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. Yes, I just backing up a tiny bit is that each agency as I indicated, determines its own role. And determination of the role is a complex mechanism because they have to take account of their statutory, constitutional purpose of the land and all of those other elements in coming back to state their role, which is the one of the four that I indicated. And then the plan itself is built around the role that's been defined and delivers on essentially what they've said that they will do in their role. So of all the plans that we have, yes, they all define a role and their plan articulates how they're going to get there. And they're very variable through to from Department of Forestries to aviation or the Youth Authority that have small holdings or have a primary purpose that is one of public safety for aircraft, which is fundamentally different. And so they had to take account of all of those things in their decision making, and the plan that they wrote and submitted fulfills that catch-all role that they've selected for themselves.
But in your opinion, the agencies, those 9 agencies that submitted the plans, have complied with the criteria in the OAR? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure I heard that. So, yes.
Thank you. I have a few questions and then we're going to go to the people who would like to testify. Martin, you said that we should celebrate the fact that this is, that the listing is there and importantly that it drove collaboration that was effective and brought us together in collaboration with 9 other agencies. And I think that's a big deal and we should celebrate that. That's what these plans are for, is to drive that kind of collaboration because it's going to take all those agencies. My question, so I think that value is for this listing is there and it's worth something. That's a significant thing. I agree with Commissioner Zarnowitz that calling our lands buffers recognizes yet another piece. My questions are building on, if you will, some of the things that Commissioner Khalil asked. And the first one is, what is the actual delta going to be? And an example of that is if agencies put in there that they are going to do take avoidance, and if that is compliance with federal, then what is the delta between that and how things will improve for this bird?
Chair, well, thank you for your comments. Most agencies of the 10 it's not part of their business plan to harvest trees. And so essentially what's on the landscape in their properties are largely going to remain. And only if it's a case of some stochastic event, wind or something like that, that damages the trees and they fall, or there's some other public safety issue, if it was relating to an airfield or a trail, those management actions will be dealt with in that way. But essentially, everything else will remain as is. And what we see and other agencies see, that those stands of trees that remain, they will, if they're in conditions that will enable just through age, that the characteristics of the trees will develop such as they might become suitable in large enough blocks of habitat, that they will become nesting habitat or provide some other biological purpose. We know murrelets land in trees that are not nest trees, but they might be vitally important to neighboring properties where there are nests, and there's courtship and various other things that happens outside the nesting season, that birds come in from the ocean, land on trees, and do all of those other elements of social biology. We know those to be important. But I think the other opportunity is that where we do have big enough stands, that trees that are not currently the quality that we believe they need for nesting, that there will be site-specific actions that can be taken to enhance the value of that site. Not necessarily restore and enhancement are different things. Most of the sites we're talking about is an enhancement one, management actions that can send that tree structure, the standard trees, into the conditions that would be suitable for nesting. And not only is that just a function of time, it can be silvicultural activities that can be done to accelerate that. And that's complex and site specific. And it's not just thin areas, because that can be damaging in and of itself. So it's very much site specific and tailor-made by the local experts who manage the site, and taking in advice from other silvicultural tree specialists and people who understand the biology of the species, what's needed, what do we do to get there. And we also have our federal partners who have got a great deal of experience in safeguarding these areas and managing areas that have more murrelets in the landscape than we do. And so there's a lot of expertise within the state and in our neighboring states to help in that process.
One more question, and it has to do with the conservation part of it and how we get to conservation, because that, at the end of the day, that's where we need to be if we're going to change the outcome for this species. And there's a sense of urgency, but what I heard in terms of timing is for the South Slough, it could be many, many years. For, since 1995, we're still at the tip of the iceberg of information. So 28 years later, we're still at the tip of the iceberg. So you put those together with a sense of urgency, which is why it's listed. How do we get to conservation? Where is the leadership in this? How does this add up to really moving toward conservation and there being a delta between where we are now and where we will be in 5 years or even 10 years?
Chair, well, that's a very complex question. And what manipulations can be done on a 5 or 10 year period to make a tangible difference here and now is difficult to see. But what is done on the landscape is very much a partnership thing. And it's not only the 10 agencies that we've been discussing today, but our federal partners, the Forest Service, BLM particularly, and also our neighbors to the north. Marbled murrelets seem to be doing far less well in Washington for reasons we don't fully understand. But what goes on in Washington matters a great deal, as it does in the redwoods of California for the population as a whole. And so for federal delisting, or decisions being made on that really looks across the whole range. But for Oregon specifically, it still is on our state scale, a partnership between state lands and federal lands. And the additive conservation efforts taken by everybody, however small, they will add up to a bigger gain, is all important. But the big unknown, and something we cannot fully comprehend or necessarily be able to manage, is what's happening in the ocean. And the ocean conditions, the upwelling that occurs the critical time in the May-June period every year to provide forage fish for marbled murrelets makes a big difference in the same year. But there's some evidence now coming from OSU that what's in the ocean conditions this year will make a difference about condition and birds going into nest next year. So the ocean conditions matter a great deal. And we do know that in poor ocean conditions, birds come into the nesting areas less often. And when they do come in, their failure rates are much higher. So it's a complicated question, and it's not only terrestrial habitat that counts towards that recovery effort. It's much bigger than that. And we're making those connections and I think getting year by year a greater understanding about what those are. OSU has been doing a long-term investigation and study, which is revealing a great deal of information, how birds move in the ocean, where they come inland, what determines those factors that create nesting habitats that they come into. All of those things we're learning more and more, and taken together will hopefully get us over the line towards recovery. But it's a long game, I think, nevertheless, not least the fact that the habitat takes such a long time to get into the condition that's suitable. But as I indicated in my presentation, we do have more habitat on state lands than we did 2 decades ago. And it's in the pipeline. It's not much of it nesting habitat today, but it will be in the not too distant future.
Then just a quick follow-up to that. Thank you for the answer. And I do know that if if it were easy, we wouldn't even be talking about this, and it's remarkably complex. So that part is clear, and I appreciate the position you're in to try to figure out what to do about it. The collaboration, which is a big part of this, of the value of what's happened so far, is that set to continue? Are we clear that that will continue? And then the second part of that question is, one of the specifics was that I think it was Department of Transportation had 2 mitigation sites. Are those kinds of actions listed because they are important actions already and they're what we're doing already, or because that's part of the baseline that we have today and we'll do something additional there for that kind of an action?
Chair, well, yes, those mitigation banks have been in place, not through this mechanism, but through other management activities since the listing happened. And I can't speak for them, but when there's management need to take habitat for highway safety or anything else, then my understanding is that they will build back or add to the bank properties into the future, but how that will come about, I don't know. It's hoped that they won't need to remove habitat, but inevitably it might happen in time. So that's one element that's in place already, but hopefully into the future, if there's another need, that they will look at that need.
And what about the collaboration?
The collaboration, Chair, well, yes, I do see this as merely the beginning, and I really, I sincerely hope that the collaboration that's moving forward, we have some well-developed ideas that where we can collaborate. I mentioned the crumb clean, the outreach, and I hope at least on the education side that working with our INE folks and those in the other agencies, we can share resources and reach people that we haven't already, but we have technical information we can share. We have locations that can be used to disseminate the information. We can use technology to make people more aware of the issues and challenges. The Crumb Clean campaign has a twofold benefit. It does something on the ground to reduce or minimize the scavengers on key locations, but it also at the same time talks to people about what that problem of discarding litter and attracting predators, what does that mean? Well, it means that you could be compromising not necessarily birds on that patch of land, but nearby, that the jays, crows, ravens coming into that nest, that habitat area that we manage, State Parks operates, that those could put other nest areas in jeopardy. And so the outreach that I think just putting over the conservation challenges of the species, making people aware of it, I think it's a very good one, because it's not a species we can readily bring people in and show them on the nesting areas because they're so difficult to see, they're subject to disturbance, and all of those things are not what we want to do. But I think by putting information out, whether it's a brochure or sharing common areas online through a QR code at kiosks or whatever it takes, I see this as merely the beginning, and we've started those conversations about how we can do that collectively, and sharing the technical advice, sharing the means of outreach between the agencies. State Parks has a wonderful outreach capability and possibility through all the people that go to state parks. And so we can collectively use that, I think, to the state's advantage.
Thank you. Appreciate those answers and the report. And we'll go to the people who would like to testify, and in order. And if the first 3 people will come up, Bob Salinger, Danielle Mosier, and Joe Liebezeit, and then we'll have online Lindsay Adrian.
Is it okay that we rearrange ourselves?
Yes. Yeah. Go go ahead. Yes, if the three of you have rearranged, go ahead.
Yes,
Just
we have.
introduce it and tell us what the order is.
Great. So Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melcher, members of the commission. My name is Danielle Moser. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for Oregon Wild. Today's testimony is on behalf of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition, a coalition of 7 wildlife conservation organizations working together. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comment on the 10 marbled murrelet endangered species management plans today from designated landowning and managing state agencies that can play an important role in murrelet conservation. First, we do want to extend our gratitude to staff for their leadership and coordination with the other 9 agencies, especially with this precedent-setting process. While these draft plans represent important progress for marbled murrelet recovery, we believe there are some important modifications that need to be made before they can be finalized. As such, we do ask that you extend the public comment period of these drafts until the commission's meeting in June. This will ensure there's adequate time to respond to and incorporate comments from stakeholders, scientists, members of the public. And again, because this is a precedent-setting process, it's important we get it right. We submitted written comments to the commission outlining our general feedback on all 10 agency plans, but I'm going to just kind of quickly highlight some of our overarching feedback. So first, while there were opportunities for stakeholders to work directly with ODFW staff, to our knowledge, no scientists from Oregon State University or the Pacific Seabird Group were consulted during the development. We believe this is an oversight that should be remedied before the commission finalizes its plans. Most of the plans rely on habitat suitability of high, medium, and low from a Lorenz et al. 2021 study. However, we think it's problematic to only rely on the Lorenz models since management shouldn't be based on age alone. Once the commission approves the agency's endangered species management plans, those plans will supersede the survival guidelines. We stress that the survival guidelines are a floor, not a ceiling, and are only temporary until these endangered species management plans are adopted. To that end, the endangered species management plans must go above and beyond to ensure that we're not just making sure the species survives, but recovers and thrives. In general, the plans rely too heavily on a model of passive management. For example, letting trees grow with little or no on-the-ground management. As you've heard, the proposed conservation actions focus on the low-hanging fruit, such as trash management and some limited outreach and education. However, to ensure that the species recovery, the plan should focus more on habitat restoration and other active management practices, which will accelerate the marbled murrelet recovery. Again, given the importance of this precedent-setting process, we urge the commission to extend the comment period to allow time to incorporate some of these modifications. We look forward to continuing to work with the commission and with staff to make sure that we are effectively recovering the marbled murrelet in Oregon. So thank you for this opportunity. Right on time. Never happens.
You want me to go? Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and Commission members. My name is Jolie Bezite. I'm the Interim Statewide Conservation Director at Portland Audubon. Today I'm providing testimony, like Danielle, on behalf of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition, which represents tens of thousands of members across Oregon on these plans. I'm going to focus my testimony on the ODFW and OPRD management plans, though we will weave in some of the overarching concerns we have. First of all, as Danielle stressed, we do greatly appreciate the work led by the ODFW staff on this important process to date. We understand that the effort is without precedent and the agency is covering new ground here. Specifically regarding the ODFW plan, we see 2 main challenges. First, on its own lands, ODFW must move forward toward a strategy with more active management as opposed to passive. This fits with ODFW's draft ESMP statement that it will, quote unquote, go beyond requirements of the survival guidelines where appropriate to support the recovery of the marbled murrelet. And as a first step, Danielle already mentioned this, they really need to reach out to scientists outside of the agency, which has not been done yet. Second, and this has been brought up by both Chair Wall and Commissioner Khalil, the agency must address its leadership role in coordinating the development and implementation of the other 9 draft ESMPs. As written, the draft ODFW plan focuses solely on their managed lands. It does not address ODFW's leadership role now and into the future with the 9 agencies. When these plans are finalized, continued leadership from the Commission and ODFW staff will be necessary to ensure that the remain in compliance with the Oregon ESA. ODFW should assert its role at the outset to eliminate any confusion moving forward. Now I'll switch over to the Oregon State Parks Plan. In general, the OPRD plan does not read as a plan. Instead, this document supports a strategy to follow the status quo, essentially doing nothing and letting trees grow, or passive management. OPRD defines for itself contributions for conservation to mean, quote unquote, no significant investments or active enhancement commitments are being made to specifically benefit murrelets at this time. This is deeply concerning, and this approach will not set OPRD on a pathway towards meaningful recovery of murrelets on their land. The OPRD plan, as in several of the other plans, needs much more detail for it to be viable. What is needed is a prioritized list of the most important parcels to conduct active management. Clear short-term and long-term objectives must be defined to reach management goals. Specific management actions for each site need to be described, including outreach and enhancement effort. Crumb clean is just one aspect of that. It's important, but there's a lot more that can be done. Number 2, monitoring and surveying. And 3, restoration and habitat enhancement. It was great to hear Martin say that acceleration of late cereal stage is an objective in some places, but it really needs to be explicit in these plans what that is. And there needs to be a way to periodically evaluate the progress of meeting these objectives on a shorter timeline than every 5 years. We understand there might not be a lot of funds for this presently, but creating much more detailed plans will enable the agency and others to leverage funding to implement these plans more strongly in the future. Thanks very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Joe.
Good morning, Chair Wall and members of the Commission. My name is Bob Stallinger. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition. I also appreciate the work that has gone into this. I'm somewhat heartened by Martin's comments, but I am deeply disappointed by the plans themselves. And I think what matters really here is what's written on the page, not the agreements between individuals. Individuals come and go. It's what's on the page that is enforceable. These plans strike me as short, superficial, and generally lacking in depth and detail. They mostly simply perpetuate the status quo, and we know the status quo is not adequate. I've heard suggestions that there's so much we don't know about these birds, but we know a heck of a lot about these birds, and we can do far more. These plans don't reflect that. As Joe said, they lack metrics, accountability mechanisms, and many other things. I think about ODOT's peregrine falcon management plan, which I worked on, did the research for it. It's 50 pages, and it has sections on peregrine ecology, threats, objectives, conservation measures, management practices, management zones, monitoring protocols, adaptive management, site-specific management strategies. None of these plans have any of those things. Completely deficient. That's a good model for what we should be looking at. I think it's incredibly disappointing that no agency stepped up and took the conservation role as opposed to contribute to conservation. If we use the standard that was described in this meeting already today, that you have to completely encompass the entire conservation of a species in order to be the conservation level, almost no agency on the face of the earth would meet that. We know it takes multiple agencies. State agencies like ODF and DSL that have huge, huge holdings with murrelets on them need to step into that conservation role. We can't do them without taking the conservation role, not the contribution to conservation. I don't trust the idea that we're going to have step-down plans. I see nothing here that indicates we're going to have step-down plans. I also don't trust the pipeline because there's nothing in these plans that talk about creating a pipeline. I want to start quickly to a couple of the agencies. ODF and DSL both depend almost entirely on their HCPs, which they don't really describe. I'm on the provisional commissioner board for the Elliott State Forest, which is one of the most important murrelet habitats in the entire Northwest. We should not count on those HCPs. They may or may not happen, and we know that the agencies have broken their HCPs in the past. We need to know what's in those HCPs in these plans. We also need to know what's going to happen if they don't come through. And basically what they say is we're going to do take avoidance. Well, the reason they're doing HCPs, in part, especially on the Elliott, is because take avoidance did not work. They got sued, they settled, They haven't cut a tree since that time, and they're relying on their HCP. If we go back to take avoidance, we're going back to the status quo, which led to the lawsuit. ODOT is another agency that I think you should take a close look at. And many of these agencies really don't seem to put the time or energy into really learning about these birds. ODOT relies on existing plans that have nothing to really do with murrelets, particularly their strategy for protecting nesting birds, their BMPs for the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and which focus particularly on not cutting a nest tree during nesting season. We all know that for murrelets, that is completely and totally inadequate. You don't typically even find their nesting tree. You protect the stand. And the fact that ODOT relied so heavily, and I can point to several other examples like this in these plans, tells you that they really haven't thought through this. I would urge you to take a look at the Peregrine Falcon Management Plan that ODOT put together when they were listed. That's a great template. I hope you send these back as a starting point, but not an end point. And I would end by just saying that I don't think this meets the statutory requirements. I really don't. The statutory requirements are fairly broad, but I think the public has a right to expect substance in these plans. That substance is not there. I don't think it meets the statutory requirement. I also don't think these plans, if they're implemented the way they're written, would meet the Federal Endangered Species Act. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions of any of the panel members?
I don't know if it's a question, but just a comment. So I'm just disappointed because I was assuming today that you all three would come up and say, man, we're really making progress here. We're really moving this thing forward and we're there. And it's like, whoa, throw it out and start, I didn't realize it was going to be this bad. I thought that we were doing a good criteria. When I was reading the criteria here, staff work closely with each agency in providing technical assistance in their role to serve in conservation, and staff provided wherever needed technical information. And I quizzed Martin. I said, did we do that? And I'm kind of dumbfounded because I thought all three of you are going to come up here and say, so I guess not. So, thank you.
Commissioner Labhart, I think it's a good start. And I think it's an interesting process that we're all finding our way through. And I think we all appreciate that and the work that has gone in. And I am heartened by some of what Martin describes in terms of collaboration. I hope it has started a conversation. But again, what matters ultimately when we're all gone is what's on the page. And there just isn't a heck of a lot on the page that suggests, as Commissioner Wall talked about, that there's a delta. These plans all kind of are narratives about kind of what we're doing and what we think we might do, but there's nothing there to hold accountable. And the reason this whole process is being done is because you chose to uplist this species, which is a recognition that we need to do more.
Commissioner King and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I agree, this isn't perfect, but I also am a bit confused. I mean, you're talking about Oregon Department of Forestry and Oregon Parks and ODOT, which is transportation. We're at ODFW. So I'm just I'm just wondering, I get that there's 10 different players in this, but I mean, have you taken your concerns to the applicable appropriate agency?
We saw these plans in March. We haven't met with them. At least I haven't. It's the ODFW's Commission's responsibility as the wildlife agency in the statute to secure these plans and then approve them. So it really is ODFW's responsibility. These agencies didn't really shop the plans around either. So that's where we stand today.
Yeah, please.
I mean, and that's part of the reason why we want a bit of an extension here is so we can have those conversations with other agencies. But we really, I mean, as we said, and as two of the commissioners have expressed, there needs to be leadership from ODFW as the wildlife agency to bring these agencies together so we can have that discussion.
I get, but that neither one of you answered my question. Did you go to these other agencies? Like you've mentioned it all to us, but you didn't use our acronym and all of your other acronyms. So,
no. As I said, I have not gone to these other agencies. We've seen the plans. We don't have a forum to do that per se. We can set up individual appointments with them, and I think we will if there is an opportunity to have more time to adapt these plans to be more substantive.
Thank you.
We have Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, Bob, I just pulled up is it the Peregrine Falcon Management Plan 2002 to 2007?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
And that's actually a truncated plan, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that they didn't want to put in that was for public viewing.
Okay, and it looks like there's a lot of site-specific things around like bridges. I guess I'm asking you this because I would like a couple of substantive examples of what you would like to see done here. Give me a couple examples. ODF, you want them to do what? Do you want what, where that we're not showing here? Just throw a couple of them out just to give me an idea of what you guys are talking about.
Go ahead.
I don't know if that's true. What I would say, if you're looking for plans, I think the Peregrine plan is good. I think when you look at what the agencies do for salmon, is another good example. The agencies are very, very deep on their salmon plans. Murrelets are every bit as valuable as salmon, and then we need, so they should be proportionally as sophisticated. In terms of what we're looking for in these plans, we're looking for specificity in terms of the lands they manage, how they are currently contributing, what threats are occurring on their on their lands, what their management strategies are going to be, what their objectives are going to be, how they're going to adaptively manage, what kind of protocols they're going to use, what kind of reporting we can expect, and those kinds of things. Otherwise, it's almost impossible for external stakeholders to track these things. There's no, and we go back to Commissioner King's question, we haven't reached out to the agencies because there was really no prior to the process to do that. These plans also don't really give us that either.
I guess I want to hear more specifics on what you think would really be helpful. I mean, like this plan you referenced, it seems like Fremont Bridge, St. John's Bridge, Abernathy Bridge. It sounds like there's actions on those. And it sounds like we have, it's depressing to have to wait for things like a forest to grow, right? I mean, it's depressing. I mean, I guess it's much more depressing if you're on the east side of Oregon. It's less depressing if you're on the west side of Oregon. But just give me a lifeline here. What the heck?
Yeah, I mean, so Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, I'll just say that in the comments and like I said in the testimony, some of this is not a huge lift. I mean, for example, the parks plan is really vacant in terms of like goals or objectives. Like we don't see it in there. And so these aren't big asks. And specify priority sites. They gave a list of the sites in their plan. Right? Well, prioritize the sites. They have great LiDAR data, which they discussed in their plan. Use that information to say, okay, we're going to prioritize these 10 sites with the best habitat, and then we're going to write a more specific management plan with actions, restoration actions, outreach and engagement actions. Crumb Clean campaign can be part of that. But we just need more information and exactly what they're going to do and a timeline of when are we going to see some reports from the agency so the public can know what is being done. So it's not big ask. It's just please add some more meat to these plans so we can see what the plan is. And then when we can see what the goals are, where they're going to focus their activities, what those activities are expected to be. If there is not capacity, then we can direct it towards those things. We just can't direct capacity towards anything if there's nothing in a plan. So that's what we're asking. And the plan that Bob raised on the Peregrine Falcon is one example of a fully fleshed out plan.
I would follow all of that up. I was asked to be a Portland Parks Commissioner, so I know they have a commission and I know they hold meetings and you can sign up for testimony just like you're doing right now. So I'm struggling to understand that there's no means for you to go and make these concerns known to all of these other places that you're mentioning.
Mr. King, I'm not saying that there's no mechanism to it. These were published in March. That's when we got them. end of March. It's April. And so we had to go through the 10 plans. We had to work together. This was the forum to come to that was designated. Will we reach out to those agencies? Absolutely. But I don't think it is fair for ODFW, which is the commission that is charged with either approving or not approving these plans, to expect us to have reached out in the last couple of weeks to all of these agencies, set up meetings and work through their plans with them. That's not a reasonable expectation in a matter of a couple of weeks.
Let's go to Commissioner Zarnowitz with another question or a path forward.
Yeah, so we are supposed to adopt these by July. And the type of detail that you're talking about, I think would be very hard for the agencies to get. They'd, of course, need to work with our staff extensively. So it'd be like dropping everything and doing this in the next 2 months. We don't have a commission meeting in July, but we could always schedule one. It seems to me that it might be possible, and I don't know, your attorney might have to chime in, or Wildlife Division, for us to adopt these plans as guidance, and then for the commission to direct the department to continue working with the agencies to flesh out the plans to show where they are truly going to do specific actions in conservation and avoidance and other specific actions. And that could then come back to us in a year or some time period, and also be involving other affected people, perhaps other interested parties. I'm not sure, but that's something I'm proposing. I don't know if that's would work with these things. It sounded like this is the very first one we've done, ODFW's done. So, I mean, that would be that could be commission direction.
Let's think about that piece for a minute. I think others are trying to think of a path forward here. We have one more person to testify who's waiting online. Could we wait, or do you have an urgent question and it's quick?
No, I was going to respond a little bit to some of the question about what should these plans look like and what should they include, but I can wait to respond till after this.
Let's go ahead with the other person, and then we can come back if that's possible. We really need to follow up what Commissioner Zarnowitz was starting with, where to go from here and come to a conclusion. And so if we could move to the other person. Go ahead.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Lindsay Adrian. I'm the Northwest Program Officer with American Bird Conservancy here in Oregon. An important oversight of all 10 of these endangered species management plans is the lack of consistent language outlining the development of coordinated efforts to undertake species conservation at a landscape scale. Several of these agencies state that their plans that their lands cannot recover the marbled murrelet. But when we're talking about an endangered species, every acre and every opportunity to educate the public counts. And it's important to look at the broader landscape instead of just at the smaller pieces individually. Together, these plans cover 16% of the marbled murrelet nesting habitat in the state. So I would like to suggest some activities that would enable the effective conservation of this species at the landscape scale. First, we do not currently have a statewide database to house marbled murrelet inland survey data from all land ownerships. Survey data are currently housed in several different databases that are managed by the different entities conducting surveys. So that could be the Oregon Department of Forestry, it could be various researchers from various institutions, et cetera. This curtails our ability to make conservation and management decisions about the marbled murrelet at a landscape level. The need for a statewide database will only increase as new monitoring efforts result from these management plans. I would encourage ODFW to amend their plan to include facilitation of a multi-agency state and federal partnership to develop a statewide survey database. Second, these plans contain only cursory language regarding efforts for trash management and education to reduce nest predator densities, which is one of the few tools that we currently have to support murrelet productivity right away. Each agency has slightly different yet overlapping needs related to this, but most agencies don't have the capacity to develop a full program on their own. A coordinated effort would enable these various landowners to pool resources, resulting in a truly impactful program that would lead to benefits for murrelets on and off state lands. The Crumb Clean program developed by California State Parks is effective and provides a model that can be easily tailored to our needs in Oregon. As Martin Nugent mentioned in his presentation, American Bird Conservancy has been working with the Oregon Department of Forestry, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, and the U.S. Forest Service to bring elements of this program to Oregon, but efforts to date have been constrained by funding and limited agency capacity for implementation. Adding into these management plans a commitment from all agencies to participate in this coordinated effort will lead to new opportunities for financial support, increase the coverage and efficiency of implementation, and ensure that these efforts result in benefits for murrelets. In response to the question earlier from Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, I also wanted to mention that research at Oregon State University has recently identified that social attraction by broadcasting murrelet calls is another technique that, that could be further developed to increase occupancy of marbled murrelet habitat that is suitable, but that is currently unoccupied. And state lands where timber harvest is not planned would be a really excellent place to investigate that technique further. So overall, my comments are possible answers to the question that was asked by commissioners about who will be undertaking conservation and how. When you consider the full extent of murrelet presence in the Coast Range and the proximity of human activities, you begin to understand that all of these landowners need to work collaboratively on this. ODFW is appropriately situated to assume a leadership role. So I hope these comments can provide some examples for moving forward. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lindsay. Commissioners, questions of this speaker? I don't see any. Commissioner Zarnowitz, do you want to go back to your comments?
Well, first, I wrote something down anyway. So I am proposing that we adopt the plan. I'm not making a motion. I'm seeing how the commission feels on this. And direct the department to continue to work with these 9 landowning agencies to detail actions for conservation of marbled murrelet. I don't know if anybody suggests any additional wording or more detailed wording.
Looks like we have at least one person ready to
Everybody's got
talk about this notion. So Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chairwell. No, it's not to, I just want to look at the attorney down at the end of the table. I just want to know what you just heard conceptually. Does that comply with what we are required to do by law? You know, our process by law. You don't have to give me your opinion on it. I just need to know the legal. Are we in legal positive ground here with that concept?
So the statute has a set out process with a two-year deadline for approval, and it doesn't go, and within that, some authority for the commission to modify plans. And there's no process in the statute following that 2 years. And so this is, like Jill said, I think like a little bit outside of, it's a little creative, a little outside of the process. And if you want to discuss that more, we could do that in executive session. But in trying to just directly answer what the statute says, I hope that was helpful.
I think so.
Okay. Commissioner Khalil, and then it looks like Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, you're wanting to ask a question at least.
Is there a thing where we could accept it or approve it as a draft? And does that like get around? Like we're still approving it, but my question is basically like if we say we're approving it conditional, whatever, like what is there to say that those things will get done, right? That the added specificity, input, et cetera, will actually be accomplished versus saying like, and this is, I understand that we all do our jobs very well, but you know, we have a lot to do. What's to say it's not going to be like, well, it was approved, so we're going to move on to the next fire that's currently blazing instead of going back to this. Yes.
Are you asking?
I don't know.
Legal question?
I mean, like, is there like a draft situation that we can approve that makes it more like we're approving these not as they're in their final form? It's kind of going off what Joe was asking, or Commissioner Zarnowitz was asking about, like the language.
Can I respectfully?
Yeah.
I know it's not, you don't really want an answer from me, but respectfully, I would like us to go to executive session over our lunch and discuss this. Is that all right?
It's okay with me.
Is that okay? It's a good time for us to get some better legal understanding and also eat lunch and think.
Legally, that is fine. We've noticed for an executive session.
Yeah, I know we have.
Yeah.
I guess I, would like to hear response from staff to the testimony.
Yeah, and we could hear that when we come back as well. Were you about to say something, Director?
No, I'm happy, Chair Wall, to let you read the executive session language. We'll go into that while we eat our lunch. But I do want to remind the commission that these other 9 agencies don't work for me and they don't work for you. So there is no, like, you can send us away to refine our plan because I work for you and the agency works for me, but there's no guarantee that you'll get something different from the other agencies. And I just want to point that out. I think you all understand that, but the statute is pretty clear that it lets them define their role. It doesn't say the Fish and Wildlife Commission defines their role. It says they define their role and then you have to approve their plan. Maybe that's awkward, but nonetheless, it is what it is.
Is there anything in the statute of if we don't approve the plans? Or shall we save that for?
Chair Wall and Vice Chair Zarnowitz, the statute says you have 2 years to approve the plans or to develop the plans and have them approved by the commission.
So it doesn't clarify that.
Yeah. Then let me read into the record our script for executive session. The commission will now meet in executive session. This executive session is to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection as authorized by ORS 192.6602F, as well as to consult with legal counsel concerning legal rights and duties regarding current litigation, or litigation likely to be filed as authorized by ORS 192.6602H. Under Oregon state law, executive sessions are closed to the public. Representatives of the news media are allowed to attend. Reporters are directed not to report on the discussions during executive session except to state the general subject. No decisions will be made in executive session. So we are adjourned to go into executive session and we'll call the regular session back in when we come back. And we will be gone. Can we do this in 45 minutes? 45 minutes. We will try to be back in 45 minutes. Yeah. What'd you say?
I'll be fast.